sorry. Oh my god! We're moving away the things that might actually. All right, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2. Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My
off.
collar!
Alright, this is
my collar!
Pet dog! I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer.
This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I got this. I got this.
I don't know. We're not putting them. You're using my One Piece books. You're not reading them anyway. You're not reading them anyway. You're never gonna read them.
Andrea took my One Piece books and she put them under her DJs. Andrea, use your own
Don't
books.
even read them. You have 40 books and you don't read.
Hello and welcome to this exciting show. This is Sardinia International Chess Festival. I am your host, Women's Grandmaster Dina Belenkai, and alongside me, this amazing, wonderful Grandmaster Jun Ludwig Hammer. And this is round 7. We have our leader, Alexandra Botez, who is crushing the tournament with 5.5 out of 6. And alongside Alexandra, there is Andrea, who is with 3.5, having also great tournament. Unfortunately, yesterday was a tough game, but today Andrea is gonna strike back, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be here. How are you, Hammer?
I'm good. I can see on the cameras that Alexandra is fraternizing with the enemies. I'm not sure that's okay, but maybe she's trying to soften up Andrea's opponent before the game. Andrea has the white pieces, so she'll be looking to attack using her Jabava London. And Alexandra with the black pieces. She's facing a 60-year-old Frenchman. Should be an interesting game. Unfortunately, we couldn't find any of the games from the tournaments he's played in the last couple of months. So Alexandra is going in pretty much blind to this game, but we're pretty sure he plays either pawn to e4 or pawn to b4. Well, either way, should be an entertaining game.
Yeah, well, I am surprised with this pairing because I was expecting Alexandra to have be facing Andreas Slayer, but this is good. We're gonna keep Andreas. Maybe Andreas' opponent from yesterday will also lose few points, and Alexandra won't even have to deal with that. He'll auto delete himself.
Yeah, so right now there are 4 players chasing half a point behind Alexandra, and 2 of those 4 are girls. So 3 girls in the top 5 of this tournament so far. And we're hoping that our girl ends up the winner in the end.
Oh no. That would be great. Yeah, actually. Oh yes. Um all right, so we're gonna have the move soon. I had a chat yesterday with Andrea and I told her everything we thought about her Jabava London. So she said she knows there should be an E4 push and not knight c3 to e2 maneuver, if you remember. I mean, of course you do. So that's also good. She said that she knows and she improved. So we gotta see an improved Jabal London. Andrea's opponent is also French, no?
Okay, we're gonna need to use some of your French expertise then, Dina. The handshake and the clocks are starting. Alexandra's opponent not at the board, but Alexandra was perfectly happy to start the opponent's clock, gaining a small time advantage as the game sets off. What is going on, Dina? Oh, I'm on the wrong board. Sorry, I'm on the wrong board. Good grief! I thought Andrea had played something other than the Jabava London. Wrong board. My bad.
Yeah, you thought Andrea would ever put the pawn on c4. Hell
Yeah,
no.
no, yeah. Immediately after I saw it, I realized, let me double check whether this is correct, and it was not.
Yep.
Andrea's opponent is coming in here with a very aggressive opening early on, putting pressure in towards the white pawns. Clearly, he has prepared for this fight. And I wonder, what are you actually supposed to do here for Andrea? My first instinct is that Andrea can now just try and completely create the massive tension with the pawns in the center, and she can try to benefit from her superior development of the pieces.
You know what? Frenchmen are known to be very dangerous in the openings, and preparing for Andrea, if you really want to prepare, is not complicated at all. So I hate to say this, but I am not surprised by the c5.
But you don't think this could be interesting for Andrea to get a early attacking game?
Well, that would be great. Yeah. Yeah. I guess here the question is, the position is now gonna get super sharp. So the question is, who is gonna know more of what, like, kind of, so to be the theater? Who's gonna be prepared further?
And in the meantime, Alexandra's opponent has arrived and is making his preparations for the game with the score sheet. You know, when he has the score sheet, oh no, now he put it in the normal vertical position. But the horizontal score sheet writers, they always have the prettiest handwriting. Is my experience. Pawn to e4 as predicted. So Alexandra is going to be in her prep. She has been studying her French defense against the Frenchman. And it is an opening that she has had fantastic results with the last couple of years.
French defense against a French. What else can we dream for? By the way, is Andrea's opponent not a son of the famous Grandmaster Robert Fontaine? By any chance?
Are you asking me?
No,
The
that
French
was
chess scene is your
You're
domain.
right. That was the question for our audience and a rhetorical question. I'm probably
You think the
slightly-
audience knows the French chess scene? I guess crowdsourcing is a thing.
Yeah, Andrea is still thinking, so that makes me worry more, Mr. Hammer, because e4, it's a good attacking right move in the theory, but you need to know it. If you don't know it, you never play it. And if she doesn't remember that about this move by now, I doubt she would play it, but that's me speculating.
But then what do you think what are her alternatives here? Because if you don't go, I guess she can go bishop f4. This is exciting stuff.
Yeah. Bishop f4. But then her center is challenged. So what if the pawn takes on d4?
And then we bring the queen out. Look at Andrea go. 3 pieces developed early on, and she's already primed for castling. This, I think, could be really nice for her. Just get her pieces into the game super fast.
And by the way, we have a special chatter who says that he heard yesterday his name being read out loud for our raffle. Well, congratulations, the winner. Here you are. Don't you worry, dear. You are gonna be contacted by email through our assistants. You're gonna be contacted by the email that you used to sign up for Coinbase. And once again, congratulations. It is Jezza by the Sea. All right. Ooh, nice. So Hammer, you were saying that Alexandra here is in a wild guess. How are you saying wild guess? White guess?
I'm sorry, Dina.
No, it's okay. You were saying that Alexandra is on her own today.
Yeah, a little
couldn't
bit.
find-
We couldn't find any games he had played against the French defense. So we weren't sure which direction of the French this game could go into. So Alexandra's just been studying the French today. But I know for a fact she was looking at these advanced French variation, where white pushes the pawn forward in the center, because she asked me a specific question about our prep here. I'm reasonably optimistic. I really like these lines we prepared in the advanced French. I actually played them myself quite a bit on chess.com. And I remember with joy, I had a win against Ivan Salgado in these lines,
Nice.
a Spanish grandmaster.
And Andrea replied with e3. My theory proved itself. She didn't repass c5. She has no idea what to do on c5. So she goes with her something very solid and very careful.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing about this e3 move is that now she's not going to get her London bishop into the game. Now it becomes a big problem for her how she's gonna get this one in. Yeah, I think for Andrea it makes sense now. She's hoping for an early trade in the center, so that after the trade, the opportunity for the bishop to get involved will be reintroduced. Cool hoodie today, Mr. Hammer, says JBK in chat. Yes, I am wearing the Botez merch, and you can get yours in the BotezLive shop.
Mr. Hammer is one of the biggest supporters of BotezLive. Even during commentary, he remains in his professional uniform, and that cannot be left behind.
Absolutely. Was it free? It was free for me because there was an undertone of you wearing these hoodies will help the sales. And trust me, I objected profusely. I said, I'm not sure. Me as a model will help sales, but I don't know. They sent me one anyway, and I love free stuff. So I'm wearing it.
Here we go with this again. Yeah, listen, I think actually it does help sales. I think it does, because seeing Naroditsky wearing this BotezLive, and you know how it goes in chess. You model, doesn't matter how you look. What matters is what's your rating like. People are gonna see you as Kim Kardashian of chess anyway, with your 2600 plus. Who are you replying to? I see
No,
you're
I'm replying
smiling.
to Tagbon. Tagbon says that he prefers my Kaptein Sabuton knitted sweater, which is a knitted sweater I wore in a Norwegian under 11 tournament or something with Magnus, and my grandma knitted it for me. And that is some, like, I've never spoken about this sweater ever before, and the fact that he just casually brings it up means that Tagbon is just my biggest fan.
Oh, that's so cute. He remembers what you were wearing 10 years ago.
There's a nice picture of me in my grandmother's knitted Kaptein
That's so
Sabuton
cute,
sweater.
chat. That's so
Kaptein
cute.
Sabuton is a famous kind of children's character from Norwegian literature. He's a pirate captain, the
Oh,
Norwegian Jack Sparrow.
nice. All right. What do we have here? Ooh, Andrea's opponent captured on d4
Yes,
without
very good
string.
news.
That's amazed me.
So
That's
Andrea
good.
is not gonna have a problem getting her London bishop into the game after all. We were a little bit concerned there for a moment, but the crisis has been averted.
Yeah, that's something to celebrate. That is definitely something to celebrate. And Alexandra is with her French against the French with an advantage on the clock. So life is beautiful here as well. Man, I like today's opening outcomes. Maybe too early, bit too early to drive the conclusions, but I still like it. And also, I'm curious to know, Mr. Hammer, have you guys talked about yesterday? And if yes, what points did you focus this time?
Um, sorry, Dina.
Did you guys have a talk yesterday? And if you did, what did you talk
Oh
about? I'm
yeah,
so
the
curious.
about the yesterday's game. Yeah, we talked about not we talked about taking your time in the decisive decisions. So
Yeah.
I brought up both her last two games, where she kind of played. She had a winning move and 12 minutes on the clock, and in both situations, she spent like 30 seconds instead of really taking her time. So we talked a bit about identifying the crucial moments and spending time in those crucial moments to find the right move. Yeah,
So
that
did
was.
you, yeah. Did you actually like, did she not know that those were crucial moments? Or for example, did she know, but
No,
yeah?
I think she knew. She said she just missed the move, and then we talked about a little bit about, yeah, but you missed the move partly because you didn't take your time. Um, so she was like, I thought what I did was just winning, but she
So
didn't really
she,
spend enough time to realize. And also, she talked a bit about how she had this plan in her head from a previous variation, and then she kind of stuck to her previous thought instead of kind of refreshing the idea to the current position on the board.
oh, that's such a common mistake. Yeah. It's a very common blunder. But did she just like, my guess, if I were in playing casino, that she had missed queen takes f5, queen takes bishop in the end. Was that the case that she missed?
No, I just think she hadn't seen Queen A5. But I guess
Oh.
Queen A5, the bishop being under attack is part of the Queen A5 miss, right?
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. It's important because yesterday you regretted that you've seen that pattern and you guys haven't discussed it before. So it's great.
Yeah,
And
but the thing is, we saw the pattern in the double round. And
Yeah.
like after the double round, she's just completely exhausted and having a big discussion about the game you just played. I don't know if that's in hindsight, maybe it would have been good to talk about it, but yeah, no, it's the schedule of the tournament didn't really allow for very constructive feedback when you're just exhausted from having played 10 hours of chess.
Yeah, that's understandable. Well, we're great news. Everything is still perfectly under control. And as Hammer was telling us, guys, your ability as a chess player to learn is the highest when you are during a tournament. Because my theory is like you can feel the the fire on your butt. So that's why you know that it's like now it's time. If I don't study now, if I don't learn now, if I don't drive the right conclusions now, like I'll be punished later. So that's why analyzing your game with your coach after the tour, like during the tournament, right after the game, is extremely important to come back the next round way stronger. And that brings me to, if you are thinking of going competitive in chess, you really need to have a coach. That's also one of the things that like it's really hard to do it on your own.
Brought to you by Big Chess Coaching.
No, actually, in this case, it wasn't self promotion because I advocate for a private coach, but and I don't do private lessons. I only grow my learning community. But I don't know, Hammer. I don't think you ever were on your own growing up. Were you?
I mean, I had some sessions with a coach at some point when I was like 15. And I also had some sessions when I was like 10. But overall, I wouldn't say I've never really had a chess coach. I mean, I went to the Norwegian's athlete school, well, who had a chess program with Simen Agdestein, a grandmaster from Norway. And then we would have like 2 hours of chess every day. But it wasn't individual training, it was always group training. But it's still super, super useful. So I would say most of the coaching I've gotten has been group rather than individual. And I turned out okay. So there's definitely more than one way to success. You carve your own story. But I do agree with you, Dina, that it's nice to get some feedback on some of your common mistakes. And I would recommend that you have a coaching session, but maybe not necessarily that often. If you do 1 hour a month, that can be enough. If you have an established relationship with a coach, that can be enough to just make some corrections so that you don't get in the habit of making the same mistakes.
Wow, that's interesting. I actually didn't expect that. So you were a self-learner then, for my standards.
I mean, I'm definitely not self-taught, but I've not had much individual feedback. No.
Wow. Is that because you would not accept any feedback from others because you think you have your own opinions on things?
Oh, I mean, when you're a kid, you just do what your parents tell you, right?
Oh,
And
yeah.
my parents had no background in chess whatsoever, so they were kind of just roughing it, doing the best they could, and they were like, "Do you want a chess coach?" And I'm like, I don't know. And then we tried a chess coach for a little bit, and I felt like, I'm not really remembering a lot long term, I feel, of what we talked about, but maybe it's stuck subconsciously somehow. I don't know. Oh
I
my
mean-
god! The computer, Dina, the computer just made a massive expansion. No, spike. It spiked in Andrea's favor because now Andrea can go knight to b5, and it's very, very problematic for black to avoid Andreas knight just getting into that c7 square with a double attack on the king and on the rook. A huge opportunity here early on for Andrea.
Wow. Is she looking at it? Knight to b5, and if queen to a5 check, then it's not dangerous because the knight is already protected by the bishop on f1, so we would go pawn to c3, and that's it. And how
And she plays it.
right away?
Yeah.
Oh, islands. How on earth?
And there the camera went down, but we're getting the camera back.
Up.
And the good news is that we just caught her making her move, making her advance with the knight. And she's looking very good to win this game already. We only played for 15 minutes, Dina.
Oh my god. This is amaze me. This is literally amaze me. And the only defense might be, can I suggest e5? Is that the line we need to look at?
It's the only way to stop the knight from getting into this c7 square, to try and break up the bishop's protection towards c7.
Oh god. All right.
So yes,
e5
might be the move. But then I take and I win a pawn. But Dina, not only do I win a pawn, I'm likely to win a second. After pawn takes, I'm attacking your knight. And if the knight moves forward, I have this really cool idea. Queen takes on d5, sacrificing my queen. But this is no ordinary Botez gambit, because I know that I'm going to get the queen back afterwards with my knight coming in, check on the king, recapturing the queen. And out of nowhere, Andrea is up by 2 pawns.
This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. That's gonna be the biggest slaughter in the history of Jabava London if that were to happen. Man, this Jabava would be thankful forever with the knight on c3 that completed the mission, went to b5 and then went to c5. And you know where it comes from? It comes from black moving the c pawn to 5. That was the cause of all mistakes. Ooh la la. Man.
That could be huge for Andrea's confidence towards the end of this tournament if she can get a nice, clean knockout victory here.
Absolutely agreed. Banzea preparation stroke for good. Yeah, speaking of Banzea's preparation, apparently yesterday Andrea played the line that she never studied. She wasn't supposed to, or something like that. So it would be great today to strike back for yesterday's unfortunate opening outcome.
In the meantime, Alexandra's opponent has done something incredibly unusual. Instead of playing bishop to e2, pawn to a3, bishop to d3, lots of these moves are common. We even studied knight to a3. But Alexandra's opponent has gone in a completely different direction. He goes pawn to h4.
Wow.
He's a student of the Dina School of Chess, using the crab, but using the crab before his development. What do you say to this, Dina?
Absolutely bad student. Very bad student. Very wrong. Learned the lesson. the idea behind crab is to do it once you finish the development, once your pieces are out, once the king is castled and you don't know what to do and you're looking for ways to expand and get some extra space. And this is when you use the crab, but not earlier, not before your pieces. Although that being said, I've seen H4 sometimes in the French. I mean, I don't know if he's probably not booked up, but I've seen that. But looking at Alexandra's opponent, he has 12 minutes on the clock. There is absolutely no chance that is a preparation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna see the first time ever anti-crab gambit.
But now Alexandra is out of her preparation, and it's going to be interesting to see how she prioritizes her play here. I would like to see queen to b6 to try and put pressure in towards the white weak spots in this opening. Alexandra instead plays pawn to f6, which is a move, Dina, I have specifically
Told her not to do.
told her not to do
I learned.
to the frequency that she likes to do it in the French. But at the same time, pawn to f6 is the correct move if white goes bishop to e2. And we talked about, we had a training session before the tournament, and she tried asking a bit about when f6 was okay and when it's not okay. And she, in particular, asked, why is it okay after bishop to e2? And what we talked about was that if pawn to f6 really early on, if takes, then black can take back and get the bishop to d6 in one move. And this is the kind of position she's aiming for right now. That if her opponent takes, which is the main way of making this f6 move bad, because then white can try and put pressure down the half open e file and try and put pressure against the black pawn that cannot be defended by other pawns because its buddy ran first and further away in order to not be able to protect the pawn anymore. But here, the fact that white has played h4 doesn't combine very well with then going for development and castling, while Alexandra, in the meantime, can get her bishop out and get her king castled early on. So f6 is actually super interesting here. And
There you go.
the fact that she played it so quickly could cause her opponent to get into some time scramble in the long term.
Oh yeah. I feel like this is gonna be a good game today. I have a positive feeling. I feel like Alexandra's gonna continue the lead and ride the tournament. But
And so
I don't
long
wanna.
Alexandra doesn't lose this game, she will still be in the lead. But if she wins, she's going to be in the sole lead with no opponents on the same score with just 2 rounds remaining.
Man, that would be cool.
And in the meantime, on Andrea's board, her opponent realized that the only way to stop these two pieces combining together for access to the c7 square is pushing the pawn forward in the center. But then Andrea has been able to capture that pawn and has a very, very nice position. The knight is under attack, and if black moves that knight, then Andrea will win the game. Okay, apparently not by capturing in the center with the queen. She will win the game by going pawn to e6.
Yes.
And she once again opens up the idea of the knight coming in. So, yeah, black in tremendous trouble. And there's a real chance that Andrea could win this game in less than 20 moves.
My lands. Lord, have mercy on my soul. Andrea Botez having a crushing opening outcome. Your opponent is thinking, and you know what is cool? Oh, sorry. What is cool is that Andrea is thinking too. So she can feel it. She knows. There is a move here. Oh, sorry. There is a move here, hammer, that can still keep it up. Do you know it? Do you want to guess it? Do you?
I mean, I assume it's pawn to a6, trying to
Yeah.
kick this knight out so that the knight cannot get to the c7 square.
That's the move. That's the
But
right move.
it doesn't look super good.
After a6, best actually, interesting enough, capturing doesn't give any advantage at all. Oh,
Really?
no, actually,
Ah,
no slides. No. This is like that was lies and conspiracies. Okay, slight advantage here, but nothing new, nothing like particularly impressive.
yeah, and I want to point out my first instinct after takes, I wanted to recapture on b5, but that would be a massive mistake because of the
Ooh.
queen coming in, giving check to the king and putting pressure on the bishop.
Yeah, we don't want that.
So basically, I think black has to play this pawn to kick the knight. And if he doesn't play that, Andrea's going to win in the opening.
That being said, I also wanted to bring out this line here. Interesting enough, bishop takes e5 was also a move, and in fact, it was slightly like a very slight better, because here after a6, this is completely winning.
Ah, because now I can play bishop to b5 without being concerned about the double attack because the bishop is giving check to the black king.
Exactly.
That's an important nuance. But
Yeah.
it also makes sense that Andrea didn't want to give away her bishop since she had her bishop combining with the knight. And her opponent didn't find this good a6 move. Instead, he has played queen to e7. And now Andrea needs to find this knight d6 move, but surely she will find it.
Oh, she's gonna do it. I mean, come on, put the king out of the castle. She's the student of Russian School of Chess. She's the granddaughter of Mikhail Tal and the daughter of Dina Belenkaya. For sure, she's gonna play knight to d6.
So things looking extremely good very early on for Andrea. And in the meantime, Alexandra has gotten herself a significant time advantage in a complicated French position.
I mean, what a start of this delighted morning of Thursday. I know it's not morning for you, Hammer, but I appreciate whenever I start the call and say good morning, you reply with good morning.
Yes. That is me being polite. That is not me just having gotten out of bed at 2 p.m. Yes.
So, but for many of us, just like me and our producer and our moderators and many of our viewers, this is the morning, and it's a beautiful morning. I can see the sun and the skies and the pawn on e5, and it's all so beautiful. And I have such a great atmosphere here around in the studio. And on that beautiful note, I actually need to remind everybody that we have partnered with Coinbase for this tournament. You guys know that Coinbase has been our long-term partner for chess and non-chess events and travel shows. And this is the first time that we have $20,000 in giveaway, which is insane. Every round we have at the very minimum $1,000 for raffle giveaway. And if one of the sisters wins, which has been the case so far many times, and I can see the knight d6 on the board, but let me finish on this one, because especially with the knight on d6, proving my point, we might see a win. And if we see the win, we gotta have 3 extra winners for 3 additional raffle prizes for overall. So guys, all you need to do is to use the command raffle and fill in the form in Google Doc and use the email address that you already have had in the account that you have on Coinbase, your affiliated email address. And at the very least, you can claim your $20 off using the code BOTEZ20. Hammer, are you excited to see what's going on?
Yeah, no, very excited. Andrea has been struggling a bit with her motivation. She's so close to that 1900 rating, but she's had a couple of setbacks this tournament, and not felt very good about it. And the only cure for chess upsetness is chess winningness, and she is about to get a big dose of that, and I hope that can help her mood going into the final 2 rounds.
Yeah, for the context, chat, those who were not here with us yesterday on the interview, Andrea literally refused to go to the interview, saying that she hates this all and she's quitting and stuff like that. And then 3 hours later, she messaged me like how much she's done, how much she's this is all demotivating. So indeed, as proving Hammer's point, if we're gonna see the win today, man, that's gonna be Andrea back on track.
Yeah, sorry, Dina. I'm just I'm sending a message to our producer.
You're good. So you see, guys, that Andrea's opponent is smiling right now, and you know why he's smiling? He just smiled and looked at the camera. You know why? That is because he's aware of his misery. That is because he knows what he have done. He does not castle anymore, which is, which is the indicator of a big slaughter. Now Andrea needs to protect the pawn on e5 that is hanging. Perhaps something like queen e2, or not. Oh, come on, Mr. Hammer, don't jinx it. Just because Andrea is +2 pawns on the board, who told you that she's gonna win this? The guy's already making plans and arrangements with our producer on how we're gonna have Andrea in case of a quick win. Man, have you not watched 2000s playing chess enough? Just because they have 2 pawns doesn't mean that the game is gonna get finished. And
of course they will. I have faith in Andrea. Are you saying you don't have faith in Andrea? Also, I'm a planner, Dina. I need to plan ahead.
No, but okay, I want to make a bet. I mean, I want to... What? Bishop to e2? What happens after knight?
Great move. Because now if knight takes pawn, she will recapture with her bishop. And if her opponent captures yet again, Andrea has the fork. The knight attacking both the king and the queen. Andrea is playing great moves. Nice. And now Andrea is threatening to capture the black knight, because now there's no longer the pressure from the queen on the king, which means that this pawn is free to move. This pawn can capture the knight next. And if that means the knight then has to move, Andrea will be able to capture in the center with her queen. Andrea's opponent plays knight to e8, and here comes the queen. And tell me again how Andrea might not win this position, Dina. I dare you. I double dare you.
Oh my god, did he just play knight to e8?
He did.
The guy is the most gallant person of them all. All he wants in life is to give Andrea Botas the point because he knows that she needs to feel the juice, the blood on her teeth so that she could be back on track and motivated for the game again. The man is throwing just because he's a gallant. I'm telling you, this ain't no... This is a paid actor. This is such a paid actor. This is unbelievable. You cannot... I mean, man, he might have taken lessons from Alexandra in putting his pieces all on the
That-
8th tank. Maybe now...
That's harsh.
Okay, I'm sorry for that. I could not. Okay, this one was...
Guy is having his worst chess moment ever. And Dina calls him a paid actor. He got to play on the big stage. What an honor. His most important chess game ever. And yeah, it hasn't really gone according to his plans. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
But at least he had a nice chat with Alexandra before the game. So,
yeah, his mission is accomplished. Look at him. He's smiling. He knows. He's smiling.
I mean, that is a smile because throwing things can, yeah. It is not a smile of joy, Dina, let me assure you.
It's hysteria. He's having a hysteria moment.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
All the girls being mean to him. I'm the only one trying to help his...
Yeah, it was because you by default have more sympathy towards him, but that's understandable. All right. So, what can we say? And Alexandra is having fun time as well. Her opponent did not move yet. Alexandra has put the pawn on f6. Man, life is beautiful in the kingdom of Botas.
Yeah, Alexandra already has half an hour time advantage. Surely this is going to be a problem for... Let me try to pronounce this, Dina. Oogs. Moving forward.
Who? What?
Oogs. Well, the French, you don't pronounce an H at the start of the word, right? So when his name is spelled Hugo's...
Hugo. Did you mean to say Hugo?
No, because there's no O. This is not Hugo. It's Hugues.
Hugo.
Hugues.
Hugo.
So, like, of the 6 letters in his first name, you're pronouncing 2.
Yes. Hugo.
Okay. Hugues.
Welcome to France. Bienvenue en France.
Hugues.
The best word.
Okay, this is the
beaucoup.
best name ever.
Beaucoup.
I mean, why bother with all the other letters then?
Because French comes from Latin, and Latin has like involved, it's like, I mean, the best is there's this word beaucoup. Have you heard of beaucoup?
Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, so
Je
beaucoup.
parlais un petit français.
Beaucoup, how many letters?
Comment ça va, Dina?
Beaucoup, how many letters?
8.
8. And how many? You know this one, yeah? Yeah, 8 letters and 4. We pronounce 4.
Yeah, you make a point, but like 2 out of 6 is still like percentage wise.
Yeah.
A bit weirder.
Hugues. Nice little guy. Hugues Benoit. Don't talk about my friend so disrespectfully.
But you don't pronounce the H at the start of the word, right? Then why put the H there to begin with? When I go to France, I'm like, Monsieur Amer. No, seriously.
It's funny because amer also has, like, it exists as a word. It means bitter. And it kind of describes your personality perfectly.
And a hammer.
True. Monsieur Amer. What do you say? Bitter hammer. I have lived in France for the last 10 years. So yeah, French used to be better than my English until I moved to US. Whew. Okie dokie.
Yeah, no, I'm shutting up. I'm not gonna say something.
Say
No.
it. Come on. Is it a roast?
Don't say it. No, Chad is saying don't say it.
Right, don't say it. Oh no, he's crying again.
Yeah, no, this is
Oh.
having to resist my somewhat insultuous humor is bringing tears to my eyes. Oog plays bishop e2.
Okay. Final
And now
development.
Alexandra can capture and then go queen c7, trying to put more pressure in towards this pawn. I wonder if she read the files.
That's amaze me. Queen to c7. F takes e5. C takes d4. Queen to b6. Oh, she took on e5.
Yeah, and this is because bishop to e2 on this move is the main line here. And then Alexandra's supposed to go f6, castles, takes, queen c7. And Alexandra knows this because this is what she studied before the game.
Yeah.
She got a bit weirded out, I suppose, by this h4 move. But then after f6, when he goes bishop to e2, she's back in business. And after takes, pawn takes. Oh, pawn takes you're not supposed to do. Okay, it doesn't really matter because Alexandra doesn't remember the nuances. But pawn takes is not very good because now you no longer have the opportunity to give a check on the black king. And sometimes black can now go knight to h6 and use the knight to attack the pawn on e5. But what Alexandra did is perfectly okay as well. In fact, she'll probably have the opportunity to use this maneuver later on in the game. Queen to c7 puts pressure on the pawn. She's ready to castle at will. And then if bishop to f4, now she can castle, which is fine. But knight h6 is also very cool, trying to go after this pawn early on. Mosiko, don't. She's been castling before move 20 now. Last game she castled on move 16. She's making improvements on her castling timing. Today maybe we'll even manage move 15. No, I'm liking the positions, Dina, on both boards.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think we have a fantastic time. I think we're being praised by the everybody today because this is oop. What did he do? Bishop to f4?
Yeah, he needed to protect the pawn that was under attack. That move makes a lot of sense. And now does Alexandra castle? One thing I will mention is that in some of these positions, it makes a lot of sense to go knight e7.
Okay.
Trying to go knight g6 and trying to attack the bishop in this way, and also towards the pawn on e7, e5. But then actually, Oog's h4 move would come in clutch, and he could go pawn to h5 taking control of this g6 square, making sure that Alexandra cannot move there. It's actually a very interesting position in Alexandra's game. And this h4 move, I mean, it's not entirely silly. It has quite a few points for white to make some advances on the king side.
Agreed. Whoa. Chat. This is getting real.
Can she go h4? No. H5? No. H5 would be a terrible move. It would secure us the possibility of moving the knight to g6 without having white's pawn attack. But the thing about this h5 move is that now there would be no black pawns that could control the g5 square. And that means white could easily, for instance, put their knight there, and we would never be able to chase away this knight. And the knight is super annoying because, for instance, now we can't castle because the knight would then jump in and attack both our rooks at the same time. So we gotta be careful with the pawn moves, especially here on the king side, because on this king side, white has a lot of pieces and black has nothing. All our guys are on the queen side and in the center. And that's why it makes such good sense to castle here, because then all our pieces are working together as a unit.
As a unit. Apartment unit.
There are other units too.
Complex
yes.
unit. Man, Andrea gotta take the pawn on d5 sooner or later, or else I'm gonna get serious frustration here.
Yeah, no, but she's fine. She's looking at this bishop g5 move, Dina. But she'll get to her senses eventually, I think.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Queen takes d5 is just a free pawn, but she wants to know whether she can win a free queen. Because if she moves her bishop here, capturing the bishop is not available to black because of the knight attacking both the king and the queen.
Correct.
So you want to explore this opportunity in case you can just win instantly. But unfortunately for Andrea, black would be able to blockade with their pawn, and then there's still lots to calculate. You can take here, you can take here. You need to figure out this kind of thing. Lots to figure out, but overall, it's just less hassle to instantly capture a nice pawn in the center. In the meantime, I'm kind of nervous about Alexandra being too eager to punish her opponent for his time management. But she's playing quite decent moves. Although she just blundered a rook. Oh god. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, that could be a cause for concern. Alexandra did go with this knight to e7 plan we mentioned earlier. So I wanted knight to h6 to try and attack the pawn this way. But Alexandra tried knight to e7 instead. The disadvantage of this move becomes apparent as Alexandra made her castling, because now white can win a rook by going knight to g5. And if our knight had been on this h6 square, the knight would be protecting the f7 square. but because she went with her knight in towards the center instead, there's no way to defend against knight to f7. If she moves her bishop back, then the knight can capture the pawn instead and still get a double attack on the queen and on the rook. If the rook chooses to move away, then the knight still comes in, attacks the rook in the corner, and when that rook tries to save itself, the knight will come in, check on the king, and attack the rook. And Alexandra's opponent has played knight to g5, and now Alexandra needs to slow down. She already lost her rook, and she needs to figure out how to deal with this next. Computer doesn't give a big white advantage because white has spent so much time moving the pawn on the side of the board and moving the knight. So the computer believes that Alexandra has decent compensation for the rook when it gets captured, but it's still going to be Alexandra's going to need to use a lot of time here to figure out how to deal with the fact that her rook is about to be captured and how she can generate enough compensation.
Do you think that she blundered knight g5?
No, of course she blundered knight g5 because she's not spending any time, right? And this comes back to what we talked about. It's better to spend some time on your move and then play a good move, which makes your position easier to play, than play super quickly, allow your opponent to win some of your material because you weren't paying enough attention. And now she's going to spend 25 minutes trying to figure out if there's any way to avoid losing the rook. And spoiler alert, there isn't. And then if she instead had spent 10 minutes trying to look at the position and figure out what are the unique attributes to this situation, then she could have saved herself both losing the rook but also having to spend so much time trying to figure out whether she can avoid losing the rook. So yeah, no, Alexandra's time management it's a tricky thing. She wanted to be fast and put pressure on her opponent that way, but now she lost her rook, and she's going to end up being slower than she would have been if she had just taken her time to begin with. Time management in chess is an incredibly tricky thing, but she hasn't quite found the right balance yet, unfortunately.
On a slightly more positive note,
yeah,
and we got Andrea Botez, who has captured the pawn on d5, and her opponent is laughing in hysteria, and he replied immediately after with knight to d6, I believe, and then what? Oh my god, she castled long. Jesus Christ, she did a castle. Oh my lands, who is this girl? Who is this girl? Is this Andrea Botez or Grandrea Botez? I had noticed this very hilarious comment in chat from your Scandinavian friend, Mr. Bigfoot. I know Netherlands is not a part of Scandinavia, but
it didn't really seem like you knew that. No,
I know. You're Scandinavian, your Nordic friend, Mr. Bigfoot, saying, what was the comment? It was hilarious.
Not Nordic either.
Check Fontaine's PayPal. What is this? Wait, what is that? What's going on with Andrea's game? Someone check the guy's PayPal. Basically suggesting that this is a paid actor. Translation. This is Andrea Karpov. Grandrea Karpov. Exactly. Grandrea Karpov. I love that. Oh boy. Oh, here he is. What's that word? Is that for you, Hama?
Näckebröd, it's a Swedish word, but I understand the reference. Yes, he enjoys Swedish specialty products.
Nice. When people refer to you by calling out Swedish stuff, do you get offended?
I don't get offended. I get insulted for comedic effect.
How strong is the pride and between separating each other from Swedish, Norwegians, and
I mean, I don't know if there's that much pride or anything. It's just that, we have a lot of jokes about the fact that Swedes are stupid.
ooh, I like those.
But it's not really a joke, it's just the reality. So we don't really get offended if someone's like, oh, your jokes are silly. Because we know they're not really jokes, they're really just factual information being relayed to our younger generations.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I actually know why I kind of put Netherlands to the same pot. It's because Denmark is a Nordic country and it is just kind of so close.
Yeah, no, the Danes are not stupid, but they have a language that they don't understand themselves. So it's not that they're dumb, it's just that their language is dumb, which makes them sound silly.
What about okay, I don't want to know what you think about Icelandics, right?
Icelandics we have no stereotypes for.
Really?
Yeah, no, they're just out there in the sea doing their own thing. We don't really bother them, and they don't bother us. Last time we had an Icelandic skier worth anything was the 1950s.
Skier?
Yeah.
Chat translate, what does skier mean? Is it
Person
skier?
who skis.
Oh, I thought it was like the yogurt skier.
No, that we actually think is quite a brilliant invention, and we have adapted to that ourselves.
Okay, what about Finnish and
Well, the Finnish do beat us in skiing, but mostly it's because they're doping. And our only real stereotype about the Finns is that they get drunk a lot. They're like the Russians of the Nordics.
the Russians of the Nordics. Okay, interesting. I think I am done with Nordic countries. I don't.
You don't think Russians have a quite significant consumption of alcohol?
No, yeah, for
You
sure
think
they
the
do.
stereotype is not accurate?
For sure they
Just
do.
be clear what you are. I mean, chat is just saying that everything I'm saying is not really stereotyping, it's just the truth.
No, I don't disagree. It's just funny that me personally, I've never had a bottle of alcohol in my house, at home. Never, ever. Like once, maybe some bottle of like vodka, the same bottle for 5 years that I use to clean my ears whenever I buy new like earrings, and I use it to clean my ears. But yeah. But it's also because my household did not have any man. Maybe that's why. So, but yeah, but I know I'm not the representation of the nation. So, oh yeah, and my grandfather has the vodka company. But other than that,
Your grandfather owns a vodka producer, and you objected to the stereotype that Russians drink a lot of alcohol and vodka in particular?
Well, listen, Hama. One thing is make a business, another thing is consume the product that you do. You seriously think that J-Lo is using her own J-Lo beauty products? She's
I
sitting
mean,
right
I
there.
like to think that the Botez sisters would wear their Botez hoodies, but now that you mention it, I am the only one wearing it.
Yeah. All right, chat. I think we're getting far away, throwing everybody under the bus, including the J-Lo. I am seeing a queen trade on Andrea's board. Was that necessary? I'm not a fan of this. Could she have just retrieved the queen?
Maybe, but I mean, she's up 2 pawns, and one of the pawns is deep into enemy territory. And she's our new endgame queen. If there's anything we've learned so far this tournament, it's that Andrea can play the endgames. And it's easier to play the endgames when you're up by 2 pawns. So
And the bishop does not go get out.
I remain optimistic on that board.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Actually, this is an important moment. Let me specify for those of you who guys are here. So, those of you who want to learn, we say whenever we're up material, oh my god, she missed such a cute tactic. First of all, e takes d6, attacking the queen, and if bishop takes the queen, then we take intermezzo, and after king takes, we take the bishop and we are up the bishop. Oh, that's so beautiful. So first of all, you think you're up material, 2 pawns, so you need to trade, go to the endgame. That's kind of correct, but what kind of pieces are you removing off the board? If you see that an opponent's king is right in the middle of the board, cannot castle, and you castled, you have the rook, so you are attacking. Here, basically, by keeping the queens on the board, you might win 10 times faster. Just because you continue the attack. So always keep that in mind. Always ask yourself whose king is weaker and who benefits queen trading regardless of up material. This is one of those moments when you level up. You've been promoted to kindergarten, chat. You were in the preschool and now you're promoted to kindergarten. Preschool, you would always think, 2 pawns up, we trade everything and we win. We go to the end game. Now kindergarten, okay, but if at the same time, not only I'm winning material, but also attacking, should I really trade the queens or do I want to finish them off right now? But I'm quite disappointed that this wouldn't be as cool for some tactical reasons. Maybe just this. Yeah, this I would prefer. But this is a beautiful thing. I think Andrea just missed it. But again, not a big deal because she's still winning. But pawn takes on d6, and if bishop takes, and if we take with the knight, then we have a c4, and we still win a piece. But okay. Andrea took, her opponent took, and Andrea took with a pawn. Beautiful thing about this endgame is that black cannot develop right now. But again, this is the endgame. The king is in this. Nah, not convinced. What do you say, Hammer?
I'm sure you're right that there were better moves, but I think what she's doing is plenty good enough. And
True.
now after King D7, Andrea's going to complete her development. She's going to have connection between the rooks. She's going to threaten knight to G5. She's also threatening knight to E5. The only way to stop both is by going F6, but then she can go knight D4. And she's just continually trying to remove these black defenders so that her bishop can get in, attack the king. The rook will come in, attack the bishop. Like you said, Dina, this bishop on f8, it's never getting into the game. It's just a complete disaster. So, no, I think what Andrea did is completely fine. And she's gonna win this game.
Nice. Very well. Very good. Very happy. In the meantime, slightly calming news from Alexandra. She's still thinking.
Yeah,
Why is it
and
good?
the move she needs to play is knight takes e5.
Yeah, it's
And
good. Yeah, go ahead.
it's a big realization to make that you cannot help your rook anyway, so you might as well start capturing stuff. After knight takes e5, there are two options for white. Either you go knight to f7, exploiting the fact that the bishop is pointing down on the queen, so the black knight cannot capture the white knight. In fact, we can capture the white knight. And here, Alexandra would have a pawn, a knight, and a bishop in trade for the queen. And she also has very good central control with those pawns. This would not be the end of the world. This would be a very interesting position. But she has something even better. She can here go knight to f3 check on the king, and now the queen is attacking the bishop. Bishop takes knight, queen takes bishop, knight takes rook, but even though white is up an entire rook in this scenario, the knight on h8 is unlikely to get back into the game. And Alexandra can just continue develop normally, getting her knight out, getting her bishop out. Her rook will capture the knight in the corner, and then Alexandra would have tremendous compensation for her rook. White has a rook, but black has a pawn and a bishop. And not just any pawn and bishop that's doing a great job controlling the center of the board. And here, computer says the position is equal, despite Alexandra's opponent having the extra rook. But she needs to realize that she must give away the rook and then try to give away the rook under the most favorable circumstances that black can manage.
Man, I am so delighted to see this. I mean, I would be so delighted to see this because it hasn't happened on the board.
Yeah, and instead Alexandra plays rook g8, which is just it does nothing good.
Okay.
You're still losing the rook. After knight to f7, the rook is still trapped. So you don't even save your rook. And somehow the computer feels this is okay. Oh gosh, Dina! Pawn to g5 is the recommendation from the computer. That is a grand master move, but pawn to g5 is on Alexandra's repertoire. She has some moments where she plays pawn to g5 like a grandmaster. We actually talked about it just the other day, Dina. I was telling you how Alexandra had played pawn to g5 2 times already in very clever circumstances during this European tour. So if she's planning this, then rook g8 is brilliant. If she's not planning pawn to g5, then rook g8 is terrible. And one thing I also need to mention is that when you play rook to g8, you are allowing your opponent to just capture the pawn on h7. And okay, but if she didn't dare take here earlier, is she? I guess. Okay,
Yeah.
Dina. Yeah, no, I'm converted. He's gonna go knight f7, 100% sure. Trapping the rook, because if the rook moves, you still have this knight coming in to give a check on the king and on the rook. And precisely because this rook is trapped anyway, that gives me some faith that Alexandra has seen this incredible g5 move. And why is this so incredibly good? Well, if en passant, then Alexandra can recapture with her knight putting pressure on the bishop, putting pressure on the pawn. And if the bishop retreats, then Alexandra will also get her rook having very nice pressure down the g file.
That's correct. And I do have to recall that famous g5 that Alexandra did in the last round of Reykjavik and completely out prepared her international master opponent. Remember that, Hammer? That was your novelty.
Yeah, no, I actually, that's the 4th time she played g5 in these French pawn structures. I had forgotten about that one.
Of course, because you were not the one who came up with it. Joke. That was a roast. Private joke alert. Never mind. If Alexandra plays g5, she's gonna get the respect of her coach back again.
Where was I?
You were here. Will Alexandra's opponent play knight a7 or knight f7? And in case knight f7, has Alexandra cooked the g5? The question I actually wanted to ask, what's going to happen after bishop goes back? Let's say not g3 because you have knight f5, but maybe h2. What difference does it make? Oh, you want to do the bishop to g7.
And now also you prevent white from reinforcing the central pawn. So white can now never go f4 to protect the pawn on e5, because then you can always just take out that pawn.
Nice. I actually wanted to make a big statement here. I have my theory, Hammer, and that's based on my own games and obviously looking Alex and Andrea for the last 3 weeks. I feel like us weaker chess players, and then it really put myself in the same category. We have a problem of understanding, and I think he played
knight f7.
Yeah. Us, we have this problem of understanding where that the exchange is not such of a big deal. Like exchange sacks is okay. Like I noticed very often in my own games I miss it. And I see Andrea, for example, whenever she's down exchange, she already like thinks that she's losing and she's like giving up and not fighting back. So here for me is I'm particularly curious to see how deep Alexandra understood this position and the importance of the rook here compared to this knight.
Well, I mean, she blundered the rook. But the important thing is that if she can find a way to create energy with her remaining pieces, losing the rook doesn't need to be such a bad thing.
True.
And it's important for her to realize that. And in relation to what you said, Dina, I think that at some of the lower levels, relatively to a grandmaster, people are a lot more attached to their material than they maybe should be. It's much more difficult to realize how good your position is if you're down a rook than if you're not down a rook. And I think someone like Andrea and Alexandra, they have a bit more of a rook for knight is bad kind of mindset, because your brain doesn't really allow you to think that, well, actually, if I give away the rook, my other pieces are fantastic. So that doesn't necessarily need to be that big of a deal.
Plus, sometimes you can get a pawn on the way. So it's going to be, if you do the math and statistics, it's going to be 4 versus 5 only. A knight and a pawn versus rook. 4 versus 5. So it's only like you're down 1 pawn. And for Andrea, it's just like another day in the office. Because she learned from her mother, who would always sacrifice a pawn just for her initiative. Speaking of Andrea, this is not Andrea Botes. This is Grandrea Karpov, ladies and gentlemen, slaughtering her opponent with knight to e5. Oh my gosh, he resigned! Jesus Christ! Hammer was right!
Sometimes I'm right, Dina. It happens.
Unbelievable. Hammer, it is only 1 hour and 20 minutes since the round started. This is officially the fastest, the quickest win that we've ever seen in the office by Andrea Botez. Oh my lens. What a paid actor. What an important win for Andrea to get back on track for the tournament.
And Alexandra played G5. Alexandra played G5. That is ridiculous.
What is going on?
She's so good with these G5 moves. That is actually very good.
Alexandra the G5 Botez.
That is wow. We're having one success after another coming in here. Congratulations to Andrea. Knockout win. I saw someone ask how many moves. 17 moves from Andrea. And the reason her opponent resigned is because Andrea is attacking the rook. And if the rook moves, then she will be able to capture the knight on c6 and then come in with the checkmate. So Andrea calculated that very well, realizing that pushing her pawn forward, the rook could not move. And if the rook doesn't move, it's going to get captured by the pawn, which is why Thomas Fontaine, he has resigned the game. Big knockout win from Andrea.
I actually, excuse me, I don't mean to spoil all the joy and surprise here in chat, and you can blame me for that, but my instincts cannot stop and shut my mouth. This guy, we've seen this before. Remember in Fermentera when Andrea won in the round, I think, like when the guy blundered the rook. Okay, this is a lesson, chat. You should never resign. Like, yes, Andrea's position is winning, but it's far from done. And the guy should not have resigned. He should have continued. It's like, he still had moves, but okay. This is just take a note. Take a note, chat. Don't resign. But at the same time, I'm extremely, extremely proud of Andrea. I just realized that she has traded the queens in order to win in the end game. And for me, that's such an impressive progress and personal growth. And oh my God, that is such a level of maturity. I'm going to tell her that. I think the trade of the queens and winning in the end game is definitely a big step for the career of Grandrea Karpov. On that note, we are getting back to Alexandra's position.
Yeah, I'm super happy about Alexandra's G5 move. I think that shows quite a bit of understanding and class. But the problem is she's still losing her rook. So it's still a very tricky position. But if she finds this move bishop to G7, which based on how she's played so far, I don't see why she wouldn't find it. It's not the end of the world that she loses her rook, because she has the e5 pawn completely surrounded by her pieces. And if we get to something like this, she will activate her queen into the center of the board. She will have two central pawns. Her opponent has none. And even if, like, maybe she can try to create an attack, but even if she doesn't create an attack, maybe she just keeps her pieces centralized, then this could be just quite nice for black to try and push the pawns up through the center of the board. So yeah, I feel like Alexandra still needs one more good move, bishop to g7. But if she finds that one, she has a good compensation for the rook that she blundered.
Sorry, chat. I'm still under impression of Andrea's lottery. It's no, yeah, like when you're in love and you cannot focus because all you think about is that person. And now all I think about is that queen trade that Andrea did. But yeah. Alexandra is in impressive form and impressive confidence, impressive time management. Except for one moment. And impressive domination on and off the board. After g5, bishop to h2, Alexandra is gonna play bishop to g7, and we are gonna see a mastery positional domination. This pawn on h5 is so dubious. Strong but also weak. Oh, and by the way, I have exciting news. Absolutely exciting news. You guys ready? Just because Andrea Botez has just won her game, that means that we're gonna have not one, but 4 winners of our raffle today, because we got the win for the house. We gotta have 1,000 in one prize and 3 prizes for 500. So please do consider checking out our giveaway. Use the command raffle and fill in the form in Google Doc. Use the email address that you already have in your affiliated account on Coinbase, or if you're about to create one, you can already claim $20 off by using the code BOTEZ20 for your first trade. Coinbase is our big partner and sponsor for this event, has always been supporting chess. And for this Sardinia International Chess Festival, we have not 1, not 2, but $20,000 giveaway for the entire event. And in the meantime, if you guys think that Hammer is zoning out, oh my God, we have a knight f5. No, Hammer is just preparing Andrea for us because she's gonna join us shortly. What is this knight f5? Is that okay? The guy just took the rook on e8.
It looks definitely not okay. I don't understand why she wouldn't want to capture this pawn on e5 as quickly as possible. And also, there were some variations where she may have wanted to get this knight to the c6 square. Yeah, no, bishop g7 was definitely better than this to just get that pawn captured. But I think after knight f5 she's taken back with the king. I think it's still going to be okay because she's still going to be able to use her bishop afterwards. So basically, she just did things in the wrong order. She chose to activate her knight before she chose to activate her bishop. But frankly, her knight was already kind of okay placed here to try and protect in towards the center of the board. So it would have been fine to just use the bishop immediately to try and take the pawn on e5. Frankly, the knight on f5, I don't know what this knight is doing. I would make the argument that the knight is placed worse on this f5 square than on where it already was. Because here on the e7 square is protecting the d5 pawn, whereas when it goes to f5, it has no opportunity to move further forward because all of these forward squares are being held under lock and key by these white pawns. So yeah, knight f5, definitely a mistake. But the truth of the position kind of remains still in that she will manage to capture this e5 pawn long term. She made it a bit unnecessary for herself. Now
hello, everybody.
Hey, Andrea.
Finally, I was so pissed. I had sworn I was never going to play the London system again, and I was going to quit chess, and I didn't want to play this stupid game anymore. But now my spirits have been rekindled, and there's still hope, and I'm not quitting the London system.
And there she comes, our champion for today, Andrea Botez, ladies and gentlemen, interrupting Hammer right in the middle of ranting on Alexandra's misplayed knight f5. What else could we have been asking for? Welcome, Andrea.
I didn't. Chat said, "How much did you pay the guy?" I didn't pay him. Okay, this is the one and only time my Jobava trap paid off. And it's because the poor lad prepared for the normal London system, which is the only benefit of losing to my sister, because he thought I was going to make the same mistake. And he walked right into my juicy prep. And for once, I always wonder, in this game, you spend so many hours studying for lines that never ever happen. And you're always so optimistic that a trap will happen. It never happens, and it finally happened. And you know what? I may be like winning, a game like in the little kiddie section, but I'll take it. And that's all.
Well, so does your sister, so you shouldn't downgrade any of you guys. That was when you signed up for this tournament.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll take it. No, not that he was a kid. That, anyways. I'm so happy. Huh?
What made you trade the queens?
Well, okay, I took a lot of time there because I was like, okay, tactics. I could have taken the bishop, I could have taken the knight, I could have played bishop check. And then I saw there was no tactics, and then I said, okay, it took me a while to find that in-between castle move because I wasn't loving the position if I were to trade right away. And then I finally found a decent variation to go into the endgame with up 2 pawns and keeping the pressure. But I was trying to be very, very careful because I know that when I win and I get too confident too quickly, that's always when I throw. So I was trying to be very careful.
Nice. We really loved it. No, congratulations. I mean, you didn't give the man any single chance. That was truly amazed me.
Yeah, no, he was a nice kid. He was a nice, good kid. And I could tell he had prepped a lot. And if he wouldn't have taken on d5, I have no idea what I would have done because I've never played that position without my bishop on f4. I only know how to play d4 when my bishop is free outside of the pawns. So I really would have just YOLO'd it and anything could have happened. So I'm really grateful that he took my pawn because I would have had no idea what to do. But I'm going to prepare that.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, your judgment here. We were also so happy after c takes d4. It was absolute mistake. And then, hey, your London knight on, your Jabava knight on c3 finally...
My Excalibur knight. That's what my coach says. He always goes, Excalibur knight. Yeah, but now I need to really prep without c takes d4. But yeah, finally one good game with the Jobava.
Yeah, you will look at it, probably something like e4, immediately counterattack, your style, aggressive. But you need to know that. You definitely need to study that.
No, I mean, I'm still learning a lot. I still want to add some new repertoire to my black openings, and definitely my white openings need it as well. But I'm just happy. I was so tilted, chat, yesterday. I'm sorry for not coming on. I literally had a dream where I was sitting in a bar and this chess player comes and sits next to me and goes, how is it having 2.5 out of 5 or whatever? And then I go, tomorrow's a new tournament, kid. And then he goes, you still suck and your sister's better than you. And even in my dream, I was fighting the haters, literally in my dream. And then I woke up all pissed off and I'm still sick. I've had a cold for 10 days. And at my board, I'm always sniffling and I'm sneezing all over the place. And I have to go blow my nose every second. And I showed up and I was a little angry again. And I said, okay, today's a new day. You need to reset. And finally, the chess gods gave me just a little crumb of optimism. So I'll take it.
Just for the record. Yeah, go Hammer.
What's happening with you guys dreaming all the time? Because Alexandra told me the other day of a dream that she had. And is that like, do you dream? Is it like a scientific thing that you dream more when you're under extreme stress or duress or what's going on?
Alex and I were talking about this yesterday, and I mean, there's a lot of interesting things that happen when you play chess for 3 months straight, but I think just because we're playing chess all day long, we actually dream about chess which is obviously very common with chess players. I'm sure you guys have had the same experience, even though my dream is usually just the haters. But we've had a lot of chess dreams, whether that's a good or bad thing. But I think it's just because you wake up, you prep, and you go to your game, then you finish your game, then you eat a little dinner, then you go to bed, and then you chess again. And like you don't have much time for anything else. So our life has just been chess, but that's okay.
Yeah.
How
for
is
the
Alex
record,
doing? You guys can put Alex's game back on because I know it's important.
She's
Thank you,
doing
Ulan.
ups and downs, but yeah, she blundered one small thing, but luckily her position is still good because she found a nice way to strike
No
back.
box.
But
You
yeah,
deserve the brain processing the day's events as well as anxieties. I also dream a lot about the thing coming the day of when I'm really nervous, which I always have. I never sleep before DJ sets, and I never sleep before the last round of a tournament. So probably the nerves as well.
do you
I'll
feel that you have energy for the last how many? 2 rounds?
I mean, I better. I'm still incredibly sick. Like every day I have a migraine and I'm stuck fish. Thank you so much for the 10 gifties. But I'm still trying to show up to the game every day with a good mindset and just today will be really nice because I'm finally gonna go outside. I haven't been outside in some time now, and I'm gonna see the ocean. I was on a big rant yesterday about there's no point of hosting chess tournaments in some of the most beautiful places in the earth if you have no time to actually see anything in the place, because we had no rest day and we had the double rounds and every day we're setting up and we're prepping. But today, I finally get to see the ocean. I'm going to go and I'm going to touch the ocean, even though there's a red flag. And every time I get a little too close, the lifeguard starts whistling at me. But today, I'm going to go touch the ocean because it's my day. Today's my day. And we shall reset for tomorrow. Sardinia has no ocean? What do you mean? What have I been touching? What is that big body of water? What is it? It's
Hey.
the sea, whatever. The ocean, the sea, potatoes, same thing. Now I understand why all the Europeans laugh at me when I say ocean, because everyone was like, haha, it's so cute when we were in Spain and I kept saying the ocean. I didn't understand what was so funny. But now I understand.
No, but that's
Oh my God.
incredibly pedantic from chat. No, I mean it's not like it's a lake or like it's not like a big sea. Like there's literally an opening in Gibraltar that's several kilometers wide. It's still very much connected to the Atlantic.
Yeah. Well, chat.
Don't you agree, Andrea?
I would if I knew what that first word that you said meant, but I think you are standing up for me, so I'm just gonna nod my head and say yes.
Okay.
Well, Benoit. Oh, we're both playing the Frenchies today. Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go touch the ocean, the sea now. I'm very excited. I'm gonna go frolic. Alex and I were playing badminton for like 10 minutes last night, and it was probably the most pathetic thing I've ever seen in my life. There was one man sitting in the dark just laughing at us. He wasn't even a chess player. I think he was just confused. And I've lost all my physical ability. I can't even jog after a small little badminton ball for more than 2 minutes. So I'm gonna go get my steps in for once, because this lifestyle is catching up to me, chat.
Andrea, now that we have you for a few seconds more than usual, may I ask you, I don't know if I'll have an opportunity again. Are there any more chess plans in the upcoming month or two, or are you done?
Okay, well, so Alex and I are going to make the final decision after this tournament. There's one in Norway at the end of May, which, okay, I'm still mid-tilt, but slowly untilting. I mean, of course, if Alex does really well and wins this, I also think she'll really want to play, which regardless, she should be happy with her performance. The only thing I need to figure out is my wisdom teeth. I was supposed to get them pulled before I went to Europe, so 2.5 months ago. And every day I wake up and they keep growing and stabbing me, and I have to go do the surgery, but I have to go all the way to Oregon because that's where my health insurance is. And if we go to Norway, then I won't have time to get my wisdom teeth pulled. So I need to decide whether if we play chess, I'm just going to thug it out for another month and a half and just let these guys keep growing in. But they're really starting to stab me everywhere in the mouth. And I can't even eat chicken anymore. And I eat chicken 2 times a day. So I don't really know. But yeah, the teeth, the chicken, the results, there's a lot of undetermined energy in there. So it'll depend.
But
so we
do
shall
you
see.
think Alexandra, like, just because she's gonna be inspired from this tournament, she's not gonna feel like worn out? Because that would be like what, 5th or 6th tournament in a row?
Yeah, but I mean, okay, the truth is, like, chess is great if you get even a day reset. So the only reason this tournament's been so tough is because I haven't had a break in a long, long time. But I think once we go home for like even 1 week, we'll be pretty refreshed and we'll be excited to chess again. So we definitely enjoy the tournament experience. We just need a little bit of a balance. So hopefully we can do it all.
Nice.
Or yeah, maybe I
great.
get my teeth pulled in Europe. Great idea.
Yeah, why not?
Well, it
No,
would cost you definitely less than
It
doing
will.
it by insurance in Oregon because, okay, that was just a roast to American healthcare, but.
I mean, I hope we charge the Americans who are not part of our social security, but I mean, even if we charge them normally, it's still gonna be a lot
that was my
cheaper than
point.
anything in the US.
Okay, it's just don't mind us. We're just grumpy boomers who okay.
Sorry, Wi-Fi died.
Perfect moment.
But I'm so happy, and I'm so happy to. I mean, I'm excited. I want to end again. I took today as a new tournament, and I want to finish strong. And Alex has been playing amazing, which I would have felt much worse about my games if my sweet sister wasn't doing very well. So I'm very glad because she also had a rough tournament last trip. So I'm glad that she's redeeming herself because it gives me hope that I can redeem myself. And on top of that, I'm very excited to sleep in my own bed because the beds here, they're like, in Europe, they don't believe in queen-size mattresses. They just get 2 twins, and you think, aha, I've got a queen. And then they push it together, and then every night you're sleeping in the crevice, and I'm always falling in the pit between the 2 beds, and I don't get any sleep. And now there's like little crumbs that are accumulating in the middle of the twin mattresses because I always eat crackers in my bed because I have digestion issues, and I've been eating a lot of food here, and then I have to go eat dinner, and I have to eat crackers in my bed, and I don't have anywhere else to sit because I just sit and eat them in my bed. And I can't do these twin-size mattresses with little crumbs anymore, so I'm also very, very excited to go home. And that's my last rant. That was the last thing I had to say.
Why are you sleeping in the crevice then? I mean, if you have a twin bed, sleep in the middle of one of them.
But they're next to each other, and you try to sleep on one side, and then you just slowly fall into the crevice, and then they slowly split. So I've been literally just not even sleeping on a mattress. I'm just sleeping in a hole.
I don't know. This sounds like a skill issue to me.
It's I would almost show you guys, but my room is a disaster. But yeah, lots of casualties have been happening here abroad, but that's okay. That's okay. Hi, Mom. I see you're in the chat. Oh, it's my dad. Mama Botez has a super nice medical plan. Ah, I see. Hi, Dad.
Your parents have been there every single day, every single round from the early morning,
I know.
6 a.m. in Oregon, have been your biggest supporters.
Aww.
And yesterday,
I know.
your
Dad
mom
wakes up.
had a heart attack
No.
3 times when Alexander tried to through.
I know. Mom was watching last night. No, Mom and Dad have been very supportive. Dad called me the day after he lost to Alex, and I forget that my dad actually really can talk chess and really understands. And he gave me, obviously, like, he's the one who's been taking us to tournaments since we were 6. And I don't talk about chess with him that often since it's our job now. But talking to Dad cheered me up. And our mom, who doesn't really like chess or ever really loved the game, has been watching and supporting and says that you guys bring a lot of entertainment to the game. And she especially loves when Hammer tilts. She always says that it's her favorite, and I agree with her.
How easily did you forgive your sister, or did you go to the dinner with her after that game?
Yeah, I mean, I am not mad at Alex. I'm mad at myself because, again, I knew the theory. I knew the right move. And again, I knew not to sack. So, like, I have nothing against her because the only reason I lost was because I made the own mistake that I make every time. And then I tried to learn from it the next day. Well, then the second to next day. And then I got absolutely schooled. And then every time I share this with my coach, they just say, yeah, chess is hard and there's so many different situations, so I don't even hold it against her. Chess is just hard. That's really my main conclusion.
Yeah, fair enough.
But that's okay. Hopefully, eventually, after these tournaments, I'll have enough experience where I'm not getting surprised every other game. But you have to learn some way. So, yeah. Yeah. But don't worry, because I'm keeping an eye. You guys think I'm watching Alex's game because I want to be supportive sister, which I am. But the second reason that no one knows, secret reason, and that I'm secretly prepping for her and observing her and taking notes, because one day, chat, there will be a redemption and there will be a rematch, and that day may come sooner than usual. And I will not make the same mistakes, and I will not lose in the London system, and I will not sack and lose. If I sack, at least I'll sack and win. So I'm studying for her. I'm rooting for her this tournament, but I'm going to get her. Okay, chat. Well, I think it's time for me to see the ocean. Dad, my dad quoted me the today Andrea's quote. I forget Dad's understand chess. Dad, as in I know not just understand chess, but you get it on a deeper emotional level and you understand like the emotional battle. And that night when we talked to you about how difficult it is when you walk into someone's prep and how much prep has changed the game of chess and makes it much more difficult. That's what I meant. Like you understand it on a complex scale, which is something that I've just recently learned like in the last month. So I meant that you are very wise, Dad, and I appreciated your pep talk and your wisdom. Not that you don't understand chess. I don't know who Larry David is, Emerald. Who is Larry David?
Oh my God. Don't say stuff like that, Andrea. Just, if you don't know, just ignore the comment.
Hang on, I'm Googling. Larry David. American. Oh, Seinfeld. I know him. Never mind. I know Larry David. My guy. I love Larry David. Sorry, I forgot his name, but I love him. He's great. And Curb Your Enthusiasm. I don't know names. All right.
Okay. Go see the sea.
I'm going to go see the sea now. I'm going to go frolic. Chat, everyone. Wish Alex the best of luck. She's double on time. Oh, and she's equal. This looks great. Well, I'm not going to explain the chess because that's not what I'm here for. I'm going to let Dina and Hammer do the heavy lifting. And tomorrow we shall finish strong. 3-0, baby. And we'll see you guys later.
Let's
Bye.
go get some rest. Our champion for the day, Andrea Botez.
Okay, adios, amigos. Ciao.
And
You even learned
go.
some Italian in Italy.
Yeah, unbelievable. One word. Congratulations. What a great mindset. What a great spirit. That's the fighter over there, ladies and gentlemen. Not only she's rooting for her sister, but also she's fake rooting for her sister because all she does is to actually prepare a plan where she's gonna take her revenge. How's Alex doing? I see this beautiful pawn on g4, Hammer. Ooh, that g4 pawn, juicy. That's like a nail in your, I don't know where, in your skin, in your sweater.
Yeah, no, I'm liking Alexandra's move. Not liking that she had to put her king on the d file. Her opponent is going to castle now, and then the rook will be pointing in towards the king. Alexandra will need to go bishop d6 at some point so that this bishop is not x-raying as much towards the queen. And the big question coming up, Dina, is whether her opponent will dare trying to put pressure on these very nice central pawns by playing something like pawn to c4. And actually, pawn to c4 here is a mistake due to the knight jumping in, attacking both the bishop and the queen. So if white wants to go pawn to c4 to put pressure in towards the center, he should probably do so immediately. But the computer doesn't like this either, although here at least knight to d4 is not the correct response because of the queen coming in attacking the rook. Apparently, Alexandra was supposed to do something different here. Maybe, I don't know what. But it doesn't matter because he went castles, and now c4 is no longer a concern. And Alexandra can just go bishop to d6, and then after something like rook to e1, Alexandra can move her king away from this x-ray, and then afterwards she's going to go bishop e8 to attack this pawn and also protect along the 7th rank. And I think there's a good opportunity for Alexandra here to really take over control of this game. And as Andrea was saying, Alexandra has a massive advantage on time. To be fair, a lot of that time advantage disappeared temporarily when she blundered her rook because she had to spend 20 minutes figuring out how to lose the rook in the best possible fashion. But she has since regained her time advantage. And Oog is now again under some pressure on the clock.
Uga.
Oog.
Uga.
Oog.
Uga.
Oog.
Uga.
I swear I'm doing it as exactly like you are.
There was this funny story when I was a student. So I don't know how much, 10 years ago, I always studied English, and like we had this like English phonetic class, and there was a girl who was really bad, and she kept mispronouncing a word, and I would just repeat after her, just randomly repeat out loud, and then she would keep repeating after me, and I would keep repeating after her, and she would keep repeating, and then our professor started laughing hysterically and said to that girl like something like Tatiana, stop repeating after Dina. She's just mocking you. She doesn't pronounce any different than you. She's just mocking the way you pronunciation. I'm like, like a bird. And that was the same thing I was doing now to Hammer. I was just pronouncing it so that he pronounced it and so that I pronounce it. And he thinks I'm correcting him, but I'm not. Okay. You are pronounced it like me.
Chat still said it was wrong. So in that case, you were wrong too.
Ug.
Ug.
Okay.
Benoit.
Benoit, this is good.
Benoit. Hugues Benoit.
Hugues Benoit, yeah. This ain't circus. This ain't no circus. Air creations. That's the right way. That's the famous Russian saying. Okay. If you don't mind.
Dina was a diva, says Papa Gunas. What are you talking about? Are you saying Dina is no longer a diva? Listen to her.
May I go through this once again, because I kind of lost you guys. When Andrea was here, so we said knight f5, knight takes d8. Oh, we said, what? She did king takes?
Yeah. That's part of the problem that's why knight f5 was such a silly move. Because now she couldn't take back with the rook. She had to put her king on the same file as the queen. And now she's going to have to spend time evacuating that queen away afterwards also. It was a bit of an unfortunate move. But it's fine, because now she's back in it.
Dina seems to be in a good mood today. What happened? Andrea won. That's what happened, dude. King to d8. Knight to d2. Knight to e5. Queen to c7. And g4. Oh, also, by the way, I cannot miss my opportunity to say, what is that? That's an X-ray.
Yeah, no, I already said X-ray like 3 times.
I think you said it for the bishop and the queen, but
yeah, sure.
See? Even though I wasn't listening, I was. That
Yeah.
makes perfect sense.
I don't like that Alexandra is spending time on this move though. I feel like if
Yeah.
to me like bishop d6 is the most obvious thing in the world because you don't want this bishop to point in towards the knight and the queen. So I'm like bishop d6 is pretty automatic, and yet Alexandra has spent 8 minutes here.
Well, normally, Mr. Coach, when Alexandra spends time, you can be unhappy.
Yeah, no, it's there's no winning with me. I'm unhappy when she spends time, and I'm unhappy when she doesn't spend time.
Are you suggesting you're a negative person?
Some people have given me that feedback. Yes.
Are you doing anything to change that or improve?
No. No.
Are you happy with
What do you
your own
mean
self?
improve?
Are you unhappy
Improve
with
has
your own
the
self?
connotation that what I'm doing is wrong, and
So-
it's not wrong. It's just different.
Mhm. Are you in peace and harmony with your own self?
No.
The way you are negative?
No.
Then we
I
have
saw
some
this. There was this
mismatch.
Instagram thing
Yeah.
I watched the other day, and I thought it was really funny. And the guy, well, I can't really repeat it on stream, but he was basically just saying no to every question, even when no meant like good things and when it meant bad things. He was just no, 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 no.
Did you correlate to yourself?
Yes. It resonated with me.
See, he said yes. Well, that's great. Hammer, you seem a little bit bored, and would you like to take an energy break? Little extra energy break?
I may go have some spoons of chicken salad. Yes.
Oh, do that now that Alexandra is thinking. I'll take care of everything. Don't you worry, dear. Oh my god, he's laughing. Why is he laughing? I didn't say anything funny. Okay, chat. Now that he's gone, tell me. Tell me everything. Tell me what you're thinking of the current situation. Eh. A couple spoons of chicken salads. Hammer and his salads. Man, I'm so happy today. Andrea won so fast, so cool. We got to see her on camera. She told us in a space of 2 minutes. She told us everything that was that has been around there. Isn't that? Yeah. I mean, how lucky are we? How lucky are we? Andrea Alexandra's moving. What is this? She put something somewhere. Man, I missed it. Bishop to something. Wait, what? Queen? King? What did she do? King to no. Man, help me. C4. Oh, she moved. C4. Wait. Bishop to D6. Well, he didn't play C4. What did the guy play? Four? No.
I thought I would. Hey, Dina. I thought I would show it to the stream because I'm so proud of what I made.
Wait, you did it all by yourself?
Yeah.
You cook?
Yeah.
And now you're eating on stream.
Well, I'm going to stop eating last swim. I'm off stream, but I just wanted to show me.
Just to get it straight, you're eating on a sponsored stream, right?
Are you not allowed to do that?
No, you are. You're good. I was just teasing you. I'm trying to figure out what is happening on the board because Alexandra played c4, but I cannot find the white move just before.
What do you mean, castles?
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, I
So-
don't know. It seems to me like she's allowing some sacrifices now with this pressure and the fact that the king. Yeah, no. If white captures on c4 in the next couple of moves, then Alexandra's in big trouble. But if he can't capture, I do like her general strategy of using her pawn. She's minimizing the scope of the white bishop. So the only concern is if this bishop starts sacrificing and we get some kind of opening up and pressure down towards the king and this kind of thing. So that's what I would be nervous about now. I wonder, is it a trap? No, because if rook e1, I was wondering, is there some kind of check here? But that doesn't work at all.
No.
So yeah, no, I'm slightly scared of some kind of bishop takes pawn sacrifice. But if he doesn't have that, notice how these black pawns are perfectly restricting both the white bishop and the white knight. And king to b1 is not a scary move. So it feels like he's not able to do something with Alexandra's setup in the short term. And he's just slowly improving his position. But then Alexandra can also bishop d6. She can go king c8. And here she's computer says white is better, but I honestly kind of prefer black's position because Alexandra has a pretty nice clear plan of going after the h5 pawn.
Nice.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm gonna eat my salad off stream now. I just wanted to show it.
No, you can't. I mean,
No, the stream doesn't pay enough to get me eating on cam.
okay, that's a valid point. That's a very valid point. Okay. He's back to eating salads. What were we saying? Yeah, I really want to see bishop to d6 because I cannot stand this pressure. I really cannot stand this pressure of the x-ray. So Alexandra is thinking because king c8 is also an option, but I think this is good. She's probably double checking this. But at this point, she can just take with the queen. What would have happened here? Oh my god, this is winning. It was possible, chat. And now queen to e4. I mean, it's not winning. It's like advantage. But imagine advantage for Stockfish if you sacrifice a piece for a pawn. Yeah, I feel like we survived the worst of them all. So I wonder why he would do king b8. What's the point? What was he afraid of? I mean, white is still better. This is still working. Yeah, Alex, I think bishop d6 would be the best thing. And we would always clap because it means that Alex would finish the development. Dina, any interest in participating in a tournament again? Mr. Adam Zhang from YouTube. I am actually competing next week. I'm gonna play in the French Women's Team Championship. And guess who's gonna be the board one of my team? I'm playing for Team Monaco. The board one is gonna be Pia Kramling herself, Grandmaster Pia Kramling. I literally see Pia more than Anna these days because whenever I play this European events, European Club Cup, European Team Championship, Pia is always there. And she's a active player, pro player. Yeah. Are you monégasque? Non pas encore, mais bientôt française. B5. What? What? What did chat say? B5? Oh my god. That woman is out of control. Jesus Christ. What the hell? Okay, listen, chat. I declare officially my protest to Alexandra Botez for not developing her pieces. I am doing a grave. Je suis en grève. Je suis en grève. Je refuse de travailler tant que Alexandra ne développe pas ses pièces. You know, French are most known for their strikes. Thank you. I refuse to work. I am on a strike. I refuse to work as long as Alexandra does not develop her pieces. I have joked around this so many times, but I declare this as a pattern. And I think there is a certain level of disregard from Alexandra towards her basic principles, the basic principles of chess, which is developing your pieces and castling. And one might say, shut up, woman. She already castled. Hey, are you saying that the king on d8 is a castled king? Is this what are you saying? Even my mama could put the king on d8 in one move from e8 and wouldn't need to castle long for that. Chat, that was a joke. That was a joke, but I'm not a fan of b5. I mean, it's fine, but it's fine. I mean, the confidence is there, which is great. And remember, you need to get into your opponent's head. So sometimes it's not about the best moves, it's about, oh, here she comes. She heard me. What did the guy do? Oh, the guy plays solid chess. Rook a to e1, right? And the bishop to d6. Okay, I am back to the office. Okay, I resume my work. The strike is over. Time to work. Time to get back to the office. Mama chess jokes are not for you? What do you mean? These are my favorite. These are my favorite jokes. My favorite jokes. Hello, Mama Botez. I have exciting news for you. Your daughter has just slaughtered her opponent in 1 hour, 20 minutes only. She has won a massive, massive game. So proud of little Drea. Congratulations. And there the man himself comes, Mr. Hama. I have news for you. Alexandra has been pushing the pawns.
Yeah, I don't hate it, honestly. I kind of feel a bit more reassured that she's given her c4 pawn extra protection, because when she pushed that one forward, I was concerned about some sacrifice opening up for the rook pointing down on the king. So I'm fine with b5. I just don't want that to distract her from her other plan of getting the king to the edge of the board. She cannot keep having the king here on d8 and expecting that to go well in the long run. Also, I'm eager to see her try and attack the pawn on h5.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that Alexandra clearly dominates here, both on time and kind of like, mentally, so to be. She pushes the pawns to claim that she is the one who's going for the kill. At the same time, I was really ranting to chat about the king on d8 previously, and the bishop on d6 only came there just now, which is also quite confusing. So yeah, there are certain things. I don't know about you, Hammer, but I even suggested to go on a strike until Alexandra starts developing her pieces. But that's probably a little bit too much.
Well, I mean, now her bishop got into the game, so finally she's developed all her pieces. The only thing is that it looks like she never castled. because it looks like she moved her king one step to the side. But actually, she did castle and then just chose to move the king back in towards the center, which was not the play. But it is the reality that we're stuck with.
Right. How was the salad?
The salad was good. I can already see someone asking for the recipe. I will post the recipe on my Instagram after the stream with a picture of the salad. So follow me on Instagram for all your cooking necessities and learnings. I have also on my Instagram some very nice focaccia bread and a nice Norwegian cake, an apple pie. So
Wow.
follow my food Insta.
All right. Is it the same account as that you usually use?
It is my one and only Instagram account. Yes.
Okay, I'm looking for that one. All right.
In the meantime, Alexandra's opponent has needlessly given away the bishop pair. Just completely unprovoked. He took the black knight in the center of the board. And Alexandra, of course, recaptures. And I kind of like her position. She's with her pawns, she's completely making sure that the white army is not really coordinated. And yeah, I'm liking what she's doing here. And I also really like the fact that she got to do a recapture. So that means she got to play her move quite quickly.
Nice. And I like the pair of bishops. And now White's advantage is gone. Man, why would he give away his bishop? Probably because he wants to trade, no?
I don't. Oh, he wanted to play G3.
Oh, nice.
So he couldn't play G3 while the bishop was still on H2. So he makes the trade so that he can go G3 without burying his bishop alive.
Yeah, so it's like that famous barrier, you know, that he is building against Alexandra's bishop, but and he also trades because he thinks that he's material up. Remember, we discussed this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, how much are you really material up, though? Because now Alexandra's going to go bishop to E8, and she's attacking this pawn. And then if the rook protects the pawn, then we can increase the pressure with our rook. And if you try to run away, then boom, I get my bishop pointing down on your king and queen, and computer says game over in favor of Alexandra.
Man, that's a beautiful outcome.
So, yeah, no, this is, I mean, we're not taking anything for granted, especially with Alexandra's king very exposed to the two white rooks trying to point down through the center of the board. But if she can get this pawn and then put her bishop pointing down towards the white king and queen, that would be that could be interesting. And especially since Benoit only has 20 minutes remaining, he has to make 19 moves for those 20 minutes. Could be tricky. Could be a bit nerve-wracking to start having to be on the defensive.
Yeah. Oh.
Alexandra doesn't find this idea. She plays bishop to d6, but I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that because here on e5, the bishop was only protected by the queen, and we're nervous about this general pressure. So bishop to d6 just means that there are more pieces standing in the path of the rook and the king. And the bishop is now better protected. And we're going to have this plan of using the bishop to attack the h5 pawn later on. Or if he goes bishop f1, if his intention was to maneuver the bishop over to the g2 square, then Alexandra could very easily just get the pawn on the edge of the board using her rook. No, I'm very optimistic here. I really don't want her to play super quickly in the important moments. So it's okay that she's playing fairly quickly right now, but once there's some kind of capture sequence, she needs to slow down and get it right. I'm actually so optimistic. Yeah, I'm so optimistic about this, Dina, that I'm gonna check how the other top players are doing.
Wow. Hammer is already counting the chickens before the
Hatch.
Interesting.
So
Bring it on.
one of the girls on 5 points out of 6, Shan from China, she's in a losing position.
Woo!
Against Rudy Knorrs. Norse. I don't know how to pronounce that, from Belgium. But Rudy only has 4.5 points out of 6. So him winning is not that bad news. The only thing we're hoping for is that Shan doesn't win. And then Alexandra's lead gets extended. And in the other top game between Joel Paul, who Alexandra played against yesterday, he's playing against Alessia from Poland. And Alessia is doing fine. And she has currently an equal position against Joel Paul. And that is perfect for us because both of these players, both Ganta and Nathalie, as their last names say, they're both half a point behind Alexandra. So if they draw and Danshan doesn't win, and if Alexandra then also wins, Alexandra will have a full point lead with 2 rounds remaining.
That's incredible.
And that would be pretty cool.
Jean-Paul.
No, it's not Jean-Paul, it's Joel. Joel.
Ah, Joel.
But I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing it okay. Like Joel. I don't know.
Joel. Did you see Hammer? Chat saw while you were bringing us the standings. Thank you for that. There was another Botez hoodie on the screen. That was the famous Pose Grandmaster Jules Mustard on the screen with the white hoodie of the Botez. Huge shout out to Jules, who has been supporting us throughout ever since Reykjavik. And in the meantime, White has made a move, knight to f1. Interesting.
Yeah, he's trying to move his knight to this e3 square to try and challenge Alexandra's knight.
And it's about time Alexandra saw that beautiful bishop to e8 maneuver.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, no, because knight to e3 isn't really a threat.
Yeah, because
if he goes knight e3, we can just take it. And then we can take the pawn on g3. And damn it, afterwards we can take the pawn on h5 as well. We're just taking everything. So, bishop to e8 is just a very nice move for Alexandra here.
Amazingly played by Alexandra. And now, Wait, sorry. She hasn't played it yet. Sorry. That would be an amazing move. We'll see if we see it or not. Listen, Hammer, I feel like it is my time to taste that chicken salad.
What? You want the recipe?
No, it's my time to go and taste my own
Ah.
chicken salad.
Did you make something for yourself, or how are you feeding yourself?
I'm usually grabbing some protein bars, something quick, because I'm a
Yeah.
busy woman and I have a 6-hour commentary shifts every day, sometimes 10 hours, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah. Wow. Food Instagram is way more popular than I knew. Yeah, you go ahead, Dina. Go have yourself something to eat.
Wait, what food Instagram?
I got like 50 followers wanting to see my chicken salad recipe.
In a space of wow, so
3 minutes.
in a space of 3 minutes. I mean, I'm following you and I've never seen food there. That's so weird. Okay, I gotta watch it now. Wait, before I go. GMJ.
I made a picture of my apple cake,
But there is nothing there. Oh, just this?
and then I also have a picture of my waffles and my cut vegetables if you scroll down, and my smoothie topped with chocolate, and my fruit salad with kiwi and orange.
Hverdag's dessert. I can translate that. You know why? I think Hverdag, it's like there's a word in German similar which says like greens or veggies or something like that, no? Harvest. I think it's harvest. Hverdags. It's a harvest. I'm telling you. That's an English word.
Okay, Dodge is saying I'm using Instagram wrong. I'm supposed to put my food on stories. I didn't know that. I never have stories.
I don't see your man. This is what you call it food Instagram. Come on, there are literally 1 photo out of 10 about food. I'm disappointed, Hammer.
No, but if you go to the third latest where we have the Botez chessboard in the background, I also, if you scroll there, I made some chocolate chip cookies and a very nice focaccia.
Oh, that's all you? Oh, right, that's all you. You did oatmeal cookies. Okay, listen, this is getting out of control. We need to focus on the board, and for that reasons, I'm leaving you alone.
Okay. Mama Botez is checking Hammer's food. I'm sure you would approve, Mama Botez. The stuff I post on Instagram is the good stuff. And then my mediocre stuff never gets published anywhere. Hammer cookies, I must have that. It's probably the same recipe used everywhere, to be fair. Cookies is not my strong suit. I only made that one time. My best is I do a carrot cake, which is pretty good. Yeah, I've been doing my apple cake is pretty good as well. And then now recently the chicken salad has been a big success. You post like 3 times a year. Could you post every month? No. That you have to realize that scarcity makes something more valuable. So my Insta posts are scarce, and therefore they are valuable. I did economics in uni. And Alexandra, she finds this bishop to e8. Great move. And now actually, her opponent, in order not to be worse, her opponent has to sacrifice the rook in the middle of the board. If he does not find this rook sacrifice, then he's just getting destroyed. Basically, if Alexandra now is just allowed to capture on h5 and then move her bishop so that it attacks down towards the queen and king, it's just game over. So in order to turn the trend, her opponent needs to sacrifice the rook against the pawn in the center. If black recaptures, then queen takes f5. And the important thing here is that the queen took a knight, but it also protects on h5. But he doesn't find that. Oh, but he does another sacrifice. Bishop takes g4. He sacrifices, but he sacrifices in the wrong way. Computer gives this move a double question mark. But it's an interesting sacrifice. I kind of feel like the computer is being a bit harsh. Because here, after rook takes, he's planning to go rook takes e6. Now this knight is under attack. The pawn in the center is under attack. The rook is putting pressure in towards these black pieces with the king still stuck in the middle. This is a very, very interesting position. But if Alexandra plays queen to f7 after this, oh, and she's going down this line. She has already captured the white bishop. The rook comes in to capture the black pawn. And now Alexandra needs to find the move, queen to f7. But it's quite an obvious move. Because from f7, the queen is protecting the knight, attacking the rook, but also kind of protecting the pawn through the white rook, because the white rook has to retreat. So queen to f7, an absolute necessity now for Alexandra. If she doesn't find this move, she'll probably be in quite a lot of trouble. Her only real alternative is maybe knight to e7, because then her knight doesn't get captured by the queen, and then her knight is safe and it's protecting the pawn. But the problem with this move is that now the black queen is no longer protecting the pawn on h7, allowing the white queen to come in, make the capture, and suddenly white has a pawn 3 steps away from becoming a new queen on the edge of the board. Queen f7 seems findable. Yes, very findable. But this is the key moment. This is one of those moments we've been talking about. And I said to Alexandra, in those key moments, spend your time. Your opponent has just sacrificed a bishop. It comes as a surprise. He's captured 2 pawns. He has his rooks pointing in towards your king. That is the perfect opportunity to pause, really take your time with your moves, and make sure you find the right one. Spend your time. No time in my chicken salad. I'm not going to do too many spoilers, but I will say there's no time in the salad. They both know it's a key moment. I think so. A drastic change of the position. Benoit, he realized that the trend was definitely not in his favor. He realized he had to make a grand gesture to turn the tide. But the grand gesture he chose was the wrong one. And now if Alexandra finds the right defensive moves, she's going to win. And if she wins, she might have a full point lead in this tournament, which would be amaze me. Alexandra is visibly nervous. That's fine. Honestly, that's good. Because that means she's going to spend her time. She has so much more time than her opponent. So this is a good moment to spend it. What about rook to e4? Rook to e4, I guess, is... I just don't like what happens after the captures, because now there's also an opening for the white rook against the black king. I'm a little bit nervous about this. And computer hates it. So, yeah, let's not do that. Queen f7. Just try and keep everything protected. We want to keep this pawn on d5 because that d5 is our shelter, our protector against the white rook pointing down towards the black king. Hammer, do you like macaroni cheese? Did you notice that I had macaroni in the salad? I think it's really good for some extra, just extra carbs. But no, I don't eat cheese, so I don't eat any kind of mac and cheese thing. Move number, right now we're on move number 24. So Alexandra still has 17 moves remaining. No cheese? Oh my god, everything is better with cheese. Everything? Magnus went to the New York Fashion Week because I've lived my entire life getting so much hate or getting so much so many comments on my pizzas without cheese. Every Norwegian chess player knows that Hammer only has pizza without cheese. But Magnus went. Oh, she finds it. Let's go. Queen to f7. Great move. Great move. Defending, and attacking. But anyway, I was telling my story about Magnus. So Magnus went to the New York Fashion Week because he was a G-Star model alongside Gemma Arterton, or maybe it was the other girl, the daughter of the rock star, Liv Tyler. So Magnus went to New York Fashion Week to model with Liv Tyler. That really happened, by the way. I think we don't talk enough about it as a chess community, but never mind. He came back from New York and he was like, damn, Hammer, I found someone else who eats cheese, pizza without cheese. And apparently all the skinny Fashion Week models, they only ate their pizza without cheese. I don't know, to keep down the carb and the calories or something. So I really appreciated being informed of this. Because now I can say that, oh yeah, no, I'm just being fashionable. Pizza without cheese. Fashionable. Missing the skinny part? Yeah, no. That wasn't the key part of the story, dude. You misunderstand. Pizza without cheese is just marinara. I mean, it's basically bread with some tomato sauce, which is literally what bruschetta is. So I don't see why I should be shamed for liking bread with tomato sauce. You're not only a princess, you're a diva? Yeah. We all have our crosses to bear. At least I got chat going. Chat is so easy, and now they're just entertaining themselves. I don't have to do anything. Do you like mozzarella? No. No mozzarella, no Gouda, no nothing. What's the yucky creamy thing? No cream cheese, no Philadelphia, no. I eat Norwegian brown cheese. No cheddar. Yeah. No blue cheese. No Jarlsberg. Or Gorgonzola. Camembert. No Camembert. That's the one I was thinking about earlier. No Brie. Damn, chat really knows a lot of cheeses. Please elaborate on brown cheese. It's not really cheese, is the thing. It's more like candy. And yeah, it's I don't know. The version of brown cheese I eat, it's made of whey, or I don't know how to pronounce it. But it's basically the same stuff they put in protein bars. So it's like very protein rich, quite sweet, very good. Okay. White has retreated their rook, and I suggest Alexandra do the same thing. Alexandra cannot capture the pawn on h5, because then she would leave the protection of the d5 pawn, allowing the rook to capture in the center. Alexandra could reinforce her pawn in the center by going with the knight back, but then she would allow the white knight to move forward. So why bother? I think the best for Alexandra here would be something like rook to g5, maybe? Oh, computer didn't like that. I guess rook g5, maybe there's queen d2 with a double attack. That's a bit annoying. And if we take the pawn on h5, then we even get forked. Alexandra is playing quickly. Not a big fan of that. Bishop to d7. Ooh, computer says good move. Computer approves. Bishop d7 played quite quickly, but computer is fairly happy with it. Ooh, the bishop is headed for the f5 square so that it can attack down towards the queen and the king. Alexandra is setting a trap here. If pawn to a3, Alexandra will go knight takes g3, sacrificing her knight to get the bishop in with the attack against the king and the queen. But the problem is her opponent now can play pawn to f3, attack the rook, and if the rook retreats, pawn to g4. And white sets up a very nice situation with the pawns protecting each other up the board, forcing the knight back and restricting the black bishop from getting to its favored diagonal down towards the queen and king. But maybe, if I'm Alexandra here, I want to take this pawn. I don't want to retreat my rook. In fact, I want to sacrifice another rook. A second sacrifice, rook for knight. But the reason I like this is because then afterwards, I'm attacking this pawn, I'm attacking this pawn, and I'm also threatening to put the bishop on the diagonal towards the king and queen. Her opponent goes king a1, so no more tricks. Yeah, the king a1 I think is a good move. No more tricks. Okay, maybe we can try. Actually, pawn to d4. How is this? Trying to get the pawn to the d3 square? That would be huge. Then the pawn would be defended all the way up. So in order to avoid pawn getting to d3, white would have to capture, but then Alexandra gets her knight into the middle of the board, attacking the queen. And when the queen moves, oh my god. Does Alexandra have this? No. Okay, never mind. I was thinking Alexandra can get her rook over and do a checkmate. Well, I guess white can just stop the rook. Okay, but computer's very happy. I can't really figure out why, but the computer's very happy. So this is very interesting. Dina, what do you think about this move? Pawn to d4.
I think pawn to d4 is way more impressive than hammer not eating any cheese rather than brown cheese. I heard that and I was traumatized. Hammer, how is this possible?
French people should in general not listen to a lot of my eating habits. It would offend their sensibilities.
I was like, this is exactly why Hammer French is so bad. He wasn't accepted to the culture by default.
And you know the first sentence I learn in every language?
Tell me.
Without cheese. So I can say without cheese in 5 languages.
Lol. How is this possible? Man, you don't drink coffee.
Rien fromage, s'il vous plaît.
Pas de fromage, man. Why do I have to teach you everything? Even this sentence, you made a mistake. Okay.
Why is rien not good enough? Je ne regrette rien.
I don't regret anything because rien de fromage means anything or like nothing cheese. That's what it means.
Sans fromage. Sans. Rien sans fromage. Maybe that's what I
No,
was
you don't
supposed
need
to say.
rien. Rien is like nothing.
Oh. Yeah, nothing cheese. Sans fromage. Okay. And I also know in German, keine Käse bitte. And I also had a note in Russian for when I went to Russia. But yeah, I may have misplaced my note.
Wait, there is a chatter who says, "Did you hear Hammer say amaze me?" I need a clip of that. I kind of heard that, but I thought I was hallucinating, and that was amazing. So if that was the case, I am excited.
Onakesa. Oh no, Onakesa. It's supposed to be. I actually knew that chat. It's been a while since I've been traveling outside the pandemic and everything, you know. I haven't traveled the world or Europe in a while. And my no cheese please phrases hasn't been rehearsed in a while.
And
Onakesa bitte.
at the same time, I cannot highlight how much the position has changed so far. May I go through it from, or can you
Well,
fill
basically,
me in?
yeah. Oog realized that the trend was not in his favor and that he needed to make a grand gesture. He should have made a grand gesture. Oh, and Alexandra plays d4. Oh my, she's on fire right now. That is so good.
Jesus
Okay.
Lord, that's unbelievable. Thank you so much for everything you have given us. And this is unbelievable. Alexandra Botez is right.
Let me do the moves, Dina, if you're gonna insist
Please.
that
Please.
So he should have sacrificed the rook to gain access with the queen. But instead, he sacrificed the bishop, trying to now attack this knight, this pawn, this here, and this here, and this here. He was trying to attack everything. But then Alexandra found this queen f7, which defended everything. And also kicked the rook back. And after the rook kicked back, now you're on. Well, she went bishop d7, trying to get her bishop pointing towards the king and queen. The king hid in the corner, and now this d4 move played. But he's playing well now. F3 was the best chance white had. Alexandra continues forward with her pawn in the center. But now the queen moves and attacks a pawn on the edge of the board, while there's also an attack on the rook.
So here's an interesting highlight for you, chat. You saw how Alexandra stopped for a bit, looked at the position after queen f2, and only like 10 seconds after wrote the move. That is a straight indicator. Those of you who study poker, you know how to read body language. That's a straight indicator that she didn't see one detail, and that detail might have been the one that Hammer just showed us, queen attacking the a7. On a bright note, it's still fine.
Yeah, but this is one of those moments where Alexandra needs to spend 10 minutes to make sure she figures everything out. Her rook is under attack, but it turns out she doesn't necessarily need to move the rook. Alexandra can go knight takes on g3, which opens up the pressure from the queen towards the white queen, which means the pawn cannot capture the rook, because then your queen will be open for capture. So instead, white is going to complete their plan, trying to move the queen in for an attack against the king. And now Alexandra can go queen takes f3, and it turns out not only is the queen capturing a pawn, the queen is actually also contributing in the defensive effort to keep the black king safe. Alexandra's king is very unsafe. She doesn't have pawns anywhere close. Like if we look at this square-ish thing, in the king's vicinity, the only pawn that's even close is 3 steps away. And so that's why Alexandra's position, even though it's winning according to the computer, it's a lot more difficult to play in practice because her king feels very unsafe.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wow. Knight to g3. Yeah, this is not an easy thing to spot, that there is like a pin if you remove the knight. It's like a pin and discovered attack. And the discovered pin. Can I call it a discovered pin? Oh yeah, it is a discovered pin. What can I say? What can I say? I say that we are now watched by 15,000 people on Twitch. Over 15,000 people on Twitch. And almost 6,000 people are watching us on YouTube. All of these amazing people are here to witness Alexandra Botez riding this tournament like a champion, slaughtering her opponents, continuing the lead. Winning this game would be massive, would be huge. And on that note, I do need to remind you the sponsor of our event, Coinbase. We have partnered with Coinbase, who has been a big supporter of chess already before. But for this tournament, $20,000 is a giveaway in crypto. We have giveaways every round. Today, Andrea has one already. Therefore, we're going to have not one, but 4 different prizes. And you know what that means? That means $2,500 for you today. If you want to claim your participation, you need to use the command ruffle and fill in the Google Doc form. Use the email address that you, not we, but you have already registered with or about to register. And also, if you are to do your first trade, you can claim your $20 off as a bonus by using the code BOTEZ20. Life is beautiful here in Sardinia. Andrea has slaughtered her opponent in 1 hour 20. Alexandra is dominating, although cold shower. Is she gonna take care of her king?
Yeah, it's a tricky position on the board, but just the fact that she's objectively winning, I feel really reassured by. And even if she doesn't win this game, or even if she doesn't win the tournament, how incredible of a journey has it been? She was winning at some point yesterday against one of the highest rated players in the whole event, a guy who made a 2,300 performance in the tournament in Formentera. And now she's winning again with the black pieces in a complicated game. And just the level of play has been so good that win or lose, everything has been a success regardless.
Good luck telling that to her.
Well, yeah, no, I was thinking that while I was saying it, but as someone who has watched Alexandra play a lot of bad chess, this week has been very, very exciting.
Right. Alexandra WGM 2024. You're right, Gerber. She would rather claim an FM. Absolutely. Alexandra does not believe in women's titles. And she has her reasons for that. Okay. And here we are.
Dark asks why knight takes pawn instead of bishop takes pawn. And there's a very clear reasoning for that. Basically, this bishop, we need to defend the king. And if we go bishop takes g3, after the trades, the white queen comes in, and we're sorely missing this bishop that was controlling a lot of important squares that our opponent now can use. Black's king position is very precarious. So we need to keep as many defenders on the board as possible. Which is why one of the computer's top choices is actually going knight to e7. Because then after queen takes pawn, okay, it's recommending, I think, queen takes f3. No, it's not. Never mind. And here you can go knight c8. And basically what you're doing is that you're just keeping all your pieces close to your king. And then you're going to win long term with your material advantage.
She took it.
Alexandra does take on g3 with the knight.
Man, this is
very
the
clever
first
move.
line. Oh god, this is the first line and the very clever move, as the coach claims.
But I do think, from a practical point of view, I feel like knight e7 to c8 was better, just in terms of reinforcing the king with lots of defenders around it. And one of the problems is that now after queen takes a7, which was played, if Alexandra plays queen takes f3 now, in order to capture a pawn, but also have the queen help with defense, Alexandra's opponent can now go knight to h2. And it's a double attack against the queen and against the rook. And if Alexandra then centralizes her queen, she is winning here because 3 pieces are stronger than 2 rooks. But her position feels super uncomfortable given how much of a breeze this king is feeling. Alexandra does play queen f3 and takes f3 though. I wonder if she saw knight h2 or if she just blundered it. I guess she saw knight h2, and in that case, it's just a very mature decision to give up the rook in order to have the queen centralized and have the queen protect against the white queen.
I would not believe my eyes. Alexandra Botez sacrificing not 1, but 2 exchanges in one single game and claiming the dominance with minor pieces over 2 rooks and the protected passed pawn on d3, which is also like an outpost. What is this? This is this Stuckless Sandra Botez. Okay, that was bad.
And her opponent doesn't see knight h2. I think that's good. He trades the knights instead. Oh, but computer thinks that was quite good for white as well. After takes back, if he now tries rook f1 to attack the queen, I think the queen can just get back in deep. Oh no, he's going with rook f7, Dina.
Okay.
The situation with Alexandra's king is still very precarious. But she has 22 minutes remaining, and she only needs to make another 11 moves. So I'm cautiously optimistic. No, actually, I'm lying. I'm very optimistic. She's played some really good moves now. The last couple of moves. I'm not cautiously optimistic. That's a lie. I'm very optimistic. I think this is gonna work out. I'm nervous about her king, but I'm still optimistic.
All right, and here we go with rook g3.
Did we find out what Dina ate for lunch? She said she was just getting some protein bars.
Yeah.
She doesn't have the hammer chicken salad recipe yet.
I also don't have Dina is a work class woman. She doesn't have time to cook. protein bars are the savior, but I did hear the cheese story, and that put me in the complete shock. I also heard that Magnus have been friending with some models, which was also an interesting insight. But yeah, man, Alexander's chess is amazing. Everybody in chat spoiling Levi would love to do. Levi would somewhere is smiling. If you guys think that Levi is gonna make a recap on Bota's game, then
What do you mean? He already published his recap on the Botez versus Botez.
oh my god, he did?
Of course he did.
That's so nice. Oh boy, unbelievable. That's so nice. I'm out of the loop. My bad. This is
Do
amazing.
you not watch Gotham Chess on YouTube? And do you not watch Hammer on Instagram? Dina, what are you spending your free time doing?
First of all, I don't have any free time. And secondly, I do watch Hammer on Instagram. I always put Hammer in my stories. And I am biggest Hammer supporter. But as far as of Levi, I am subscribed, but I mute. Don't do that with BotezLive though. Yeah.
Controversial.
I only watch BotezLive in all fairness.
I'm not subscribed to Levy.
Wait,
all.
what? You just
Yeah.
say, you know, first you throw me under the bus, and then you're saying you're not even subscribed to the guy.
I mean, I saw an opportunity.
Fair enough.
I subscribe to City Planner Plays. He makes city skylines videos, and I'm subscribed to the Botez Clip channel.
Okay.
And I think I follow one. There's one channel more I'm subscribed to. Let me check. Yeah, Silicon Road.
All right, so you're
The
not even
Matthew
subscribed to
Sadler YouTube channel.
right, so
He
you're
makes
not even
really
subscribed to
interesting
BotezLive.
videos on computer and engine chess games.
Hammer is subscribed to 3 channels. The only one of them is chess.
No
God.
way. I'm also subscribed to Magnus because I was doing social media for Magnus at some point.
The only reason Hammer is subscribed to Magnus is not because he wants to support him or he's his friend or he's interested in content. It's because he was working for the guy. Got it.
Yes.
Well, listen, Hammer, let's not. Yeah, I think this is not in our favor to. Let's just. Yeah, out of words. Hey, XX30 Rat, thank you so much for 5 gifted. Perfect moment.
Celebrities don't follow many people, says Nicola.
I think I would put it rather than content creators don't have much time to watch other content creators because they need to figure out their own s together and to do their own posting. But yeah.
How is that relevant to Hammer, says a guy.
Hammer is the biggest celebrity here. Alexandra is taking the opponent's time to think. What are the options here? Getting back to our revenons à nos moutons. How do we say this? Back to our ships.
We.
For those who were asking about Andrea's game, she completely destroyed her opponent in 1 hour 20. And finally, in the moment where she wanted to bury her London, Jabava London, its stroke back. The Jabava knight on c3 went to b5 and then to c7 and then took the rook. And life was beautiful.
Okay, Alexandra's opponent is activating his rook, attacking her queen. Alexandra actually should move the queen to the d5 square. Last time I went queen to c6. This is a clear mistake because it allows the white rook to get into this f7 square. But if we go queen to d5, we both protect some squares close to our king, but we also protect the f7 square, preventing the white rook from making threats. What about the pawn on h5? Asks chat. I'm a bit scared to do this because then I'm scared of this check. And if I go in between with the bishop, I'm scared of this check. And if I move my king, I'm very scared of this checkmate. So yeah, I'm thinking don't take the pawn. Just the black's king is very unsafe, and it's more important to keep the queen in a defensive position than it is grabbing pawns and stuff. He has 6 minutes left. Yeah, but the lower this guy gets on time, the more likely Alexandra is to stress out on her moves and make a quick move and make a mistake. Unless she listens to her coach and the exact thing we talked about last night. But that hasn't been my experience so far.
Alexandra has officially a material advantage on the board. She has 2 bishops versus the rook. 2 bishops equal 6, the rook equals 5, but trust me, 2 bishops are not just 6. They're all 7.5. Or even 8. 7.5. Or 7.
How do you feel about her king position then, Dina?
That is a danger. I agree. But the bishops are so strong that they control everything. And then there is the queen that controls also the other part. So the only square we need to take control is the square on f7, and that's why Hammer suggested as queen to d5. I'm getting excited because I can feel another win from Alex Suits, which would guarantee us claiming the victory in the tournament. Actually, not continuing the lead in the tournament. Too early to count.
It is quite a nice symmetry having the queen and the 2 bishops adjacent to each other on the same file like this.
Symmetry
really
or symmetry?
Which one do you think, Dina?
No, okay, I think it's both actually. But yeah, sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, no, symmetry. The totem pole of pieces.
I think it's both, Hammer.
Dina, she went queen c6.
Oh god.
She wanted to prevent this check. So she prioritized controlling the b6 square over the f7 square.
Okay, what about? Okay, let's try. You know what's the here I was lurking, and the fun fact is that the first line by the engine is the move that one would never do. Right when your king is under such a pressure from the rook and from the queen, you just go, who cares? My pawn is attacked. That's such a disrespectful move. Such a disrespectful move. But fact is, white doesn't threat anything right now. It looks cool, but there is nothing white can do in the moment. So the only threat white had was to the pawn. But we need to that pawn because this guy over here. Ooh, watch them out.
I don't know. I'm nervous, Dina. Because now he's going to go. Well, number one, he's going to play this move. I'm shocked he hasn't played it already. He doesn't really have that much time left. But Rook F7 is a nasty move, creating some big threats in two directions. And then even if Alexandra moves the pawn, white can just follow Dina.
Yeah.
And then attack the pawn again, but also now white is threatening to start checking the king, which is very scary.
Yeah, but apparently, oh yeah, well yeah, Alexandra needs to be careful here because all the moves are quite kind of unnatural, but
The good thing is she has 18 minutes left.
this is hard, but maybe possible to spot. You move the bishop, control both h8 and protect h6 by the queen.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, he doesn't go Rook F7, Dina. He goes Rook F6. He wants to point in towards the queen.
Ooh. Bro thinks he's attacking the queen. Little does he know the bishop is protecting.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
right.
not like it's easy anyway.
Yeah.
I kind of want this move b4.
Oh, it is possible. You can do it. There is also queen c5.
The idea is that after b4, if this pawn is captured, I want to go c3. Basically, I want to try and open up in towards the white king.
Beautiful.
I don't want to be just stuck here waiting for white to attack my king. I want to try start an attack against the opposing king.
Yeah.
So pawn to b4, and then if they don't do anything, well, I'm just going to take, and yeah. So b4 I really like. Turn the tables on white. Start attacking instead. Although, what happens if queen to d4? I cannot move my bishop, then I lose my queen. If I take the pawn,
Yeah.
they take my bishop. I can move forward, attack the rook, but the rook can just start counterattacking. And even though I have these pawns so close to becoming a new queen, close but no cigar. Yeah, so this is very scary. In fact, queen d4 is a big threat.
Here, b4, queen d4, the move would be queen to a4 or king c7. King c7 just defend.
King c7 makes sense.
Counterattack.
But how does king c7 actually help me if the queen returns?
I guess you just do repetition. Oh, smart. Well, I mean, we can also go to c8.
Yeah, but it doesn't really change
But
anything,
yeah,
does
so
it?
then you have to go to this line.
Yeah, queen a4 is a bit. Yeah, no, I don't want to.
Wait, it's getting fun. You're gonna like it.
Okay.
Let's say you move and you think that you want to checkmate somewhere, or you go b3, and after a3, you go bishop to a3. And who's checkmating who first?
I guess black, but honestly, I'm terrified about my own king. Like, the number of pieces pointing down on the black king is super scary.
It's always easy with an engine. But at the same time, b4 is not necessary, right, Hammer? If we're so worried about queen d4, we can go queen to c5. And Dario Di Dario is back again on the support.
How do you remember faces?
I'm a woman.
Is this the same guy? Are you sure?
It's Dario Di Dario. I have an extraordinary ability. Many people have told me that, and I know it myself. I have an extraordinary ability to remember things that are not important. or irrelevant.
Well, that sounds unuseful.
I remember every opponent's outfit and face and how they looked, but I don't remember what were the most on the board in that game. Truth to be told, chat spoiled it yesterday. I wouldn't have found. But yesterday I saw chatters saying Dario di Dario, and then I was like, that's
Oh, okay.
Dario.
You pay attention to chat. That's the difference.
Yeah.
I
Those
usually
of
just
you,
ignore
yeah,
them.
yeah. Those of you who don't remember Dario, guys, this is Andrea's opponent from round
1.
2. No,
1, no?
I thought 2, but yeah. I think 2, but we can make a bet. Who Andrea beat, and that led her into the facing her sister. Okay. Queen c5, or I think Alessandra learned from you, Hammer, because
Yeah,
this
no,
is
she's taking her time now. I'm very happy.
yeah.
I'm very happy she's taking her time. Because this is such a tricky position. You don't want to rush your decisions here. And she has plenty of time in comparison to her opponent.
Chad is asking if a queen trade would help. Always help. Of course, always help. Bro, your king is under attack here. All we want to do is trade queens. Plus, we have already a material advantage, 2 bishops versus a rook. So, of course, any endgame for us is extreme benefit.
Queen trade would just be game over.
Yeah.
White is completely dependent on checkmating or perpetual checking this king to survive.
Rook g4 to
Queen c5 played. Good move.
Yay!
Great move. Great move.
First line of the ancient. Alessandra Stockfish Botez is claiming.
And spending time in the important moments is paying off, Dina.
Yay.
It's paying off.
Yay. Go, coach. Oh, sorry. I mean, go, Alexandra.
Okay. Queen gives a check, but we're happy to see this. Now the king steps up. No problem. Easy move.
Up, and he does it. I've seen this guy many times. I think he's an organizer. What do you think, chat? Are we giving a shout out to Sardinia Chess Festival? Live broadcast.
Alexandra's thinking about it, but there's no need to go into this. Well, actually, king e7 is checkmate in one move. So, yeah, let's not do that. Let's move the king out on this side where we have the bishops protecting us from the side.
And there she goes. She heard you, coach, and she moves the king to e7.
And now he has to go rook f7, right? There's no choice.
No choice.
He has to try and increase the pressure on the king. Oh, but Dina! She has rook g1. She has rook g1. Rook g1, that's game over. Because by going rook g1, she's threatening checkmate. White cannot allow the trade because then it's a back rank checkmate. By going rook g1, she would force the white rook back into defense. But then she can trade off one of those scary white attacking rooks. And that's going to ease a lot of pressure on her.
Everyone just slow down. Her opponent played queen a5 check. But
Ooh,
now
that's a
we
good
can
move.
play king to b7, and she does it.
Yeah. And now after rook to f7, he's threatening the bishop, but she can ignore the threat on the bishop. She can ignore it, Dina. She can go rook to g1. Anyway, it doesn't matter that the bishop gets captured because then we're threatening the rook and we're threatening a back rank checkmate.
Damn it.
Rook G1, that's brilliant. And she's going to have 13 minutes to figure it out.
Wow. Man.
Oh, no. He doesn't play Rook F7.
He plays Queen D8 first line instead. But here, Alexandra has plenty of different options. She might need to go back Queen C7. She can, yeah, Rook G7 is a possibility. But the bright side, we have survived any potential danger to the king. The attack is over.
But now we don't get Rook G1 though, Dina.
Yeah, but the position is completely winning hammer. You don't have to force the mate.
Yeah, I guess we can, yeah. Oh, actually, we're getting the queen trade, Dina.
Oh, yes, we are forcing the queen trade after queen to c7. Oh, my lands. Alexandra Botez is winning another game and claiming the clear solo leadership only 2 rounds before the end. What is this world? Are we dreaming, Hammer? Wake me up, someone. Wake me up.
No, don't wake us up. I want to experience this a little longer. The only way for white to avoid the queen trade is to put the queen in the corner, but then Alexandra will be able to put her bishop pointing in towards the rook, and the rook cannot move because the queen is stuck in the corner.
He knows it. Oh my god, he's so disappointed. He just made this knocker with his head and he's banging now. He knows that the queen is getting off the board. He is so unhappy. Oh no, I feel bad.
And Alexandra is kind of fidgety. Maybe I'm analyzing based on the position on the board, but she seems slightly nervous, but very excited at the same time.
Yeah, me too. I'm about to sign with you. I always feel uncomfortable beating oh no, he's not happy. He's not happy. I always chess is such an easy game in terms of like if you want to read the body language. It's so easy in chess. Just just look at your opponent and you will understand. Oh no, he's so disappointed. Man.
How far is Alexandra from getting back to 2000?
Oh.
I think she's only 1 win away after today.
Unbelievable. By the end of the European tour, Alexandra Botez is gonna have her highest rating over the last 5 years.
3 maybe.
I believe the last tournament Alexandra played was in somewhat 2019. Damn.
What was her peak? I think her peak is like 2050, 2060.
This is unbelievable.
2092? Wow. Alexandra used to be good. Don't tell her I said that. Oh, he resigns! It's over! Dina! We are winners! Or Alexandra is the winner! Congratulations, Alexandra. This is your achievement, not ours, but we'll take some of the credit.
What are you talking about? We've been sitting here for 5 hours every single day, rooting and supporting and roasting and criticizing and making her learn and improve. It is, of course, our achievement. We are the Team Botez. It is our win, and we take it home. We are claiming the leadership of the tournament. Alexandra is a sole leader again. Unbeaten, undefeated, with 6.5 out of 7. She is knocking the door and leaving this playing hall and jumping on our call shortly. Okay, that was such a buzzkill. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what that means. That means that we have only 5 minutes left in our giveaway. Coinbase is giving us $20,000 in cryptocurrency in giveaway. Look at this smile. Look at this conversation. The 5-minute countdown starts now because we are gonna soon know not one, but 4 winners of today's raffle. It is still not too late. You have time. Participate in the raffle. Use the command raffle. Fill in the Google Doc form. Use the email address that you have already used before to sign up for the Coinbase or about to use. Get your first $20 off for your first trade if you're only starting using the code BOTEZ20. Life is beautiful in Sardinia. Hammer, what do you think about your student's game so far?
I mean, I think she's playing amazingly, Dina. I think her score is honestly deserved. She's putting a lot of pressure on her opponents. She's been winning in every single game. And now there's only 2 rounds remaining. Going to be very, very exciting to see the continuation. In fact, because there's only 2 rounds remaining, and she has a solid half-point lead, that means that if she beats her opponent tomorrow, it means that she's guaranteed to be at least first place on the same number of points as the other people. And that would probably mean that she's first place on tie breaks. So I think basically she gets an opportunity tomorrow to win the tournament. Because tomorrow she's going to be up against Alessia Natali from Poland, because Alessia has outplayed yesterday's opponent, Joel Paul Ganta. And Alessia is about to win her game and put her up to 6 points out of 7. She is the only one who will be half a point behind Alexandra. And the 2 of them will be paired against each other for a big matchup tomorrow. So you guys, you're not going to want to miss that one. If Alexandra wins that one, she will have won the tournament.
That's impressive. That is insane. And we have over 2,000 million channel points going for all those 223 participants of the poll who voted that Alexandra would win today's game. Congratulations. And only 2 minutes left for the end of the giveaway. Don't forget to use the command raffle, fill in the Google Doc form. You still have time. In 2 minutes, we're gonna know the names of the winners. And oh my lands, what is a day? What day is it? What day it is? It is the day of the Botez. What day is it today? Today is the day of the double win for the family. Mama Botez, proud mother in the chat. You should be proud. That's right. Your girls have established the dominance.
Someone in chat asked me what's the scenario if she doesn't win. If she loses, Alessia, the 15-year-old, 14 or 15-year-old from Poland, will take the lead. And if it's a draw, then Alexandra will remain with a half-point lead going into the final round. So super, super exciting end to this tournament.
Amazing. Only 2 wins. Only 1 win behind a guaranteed podium. Oh my lands. But tomorrow is an important game, and we shouldn't lose our guard. We should stay focused. Right now, it's the most important time not to get dizzy from the wins, but stay focused. And only 40 seconds left in the countdown. We're gonna know the winners, and right after that, we're gonna get joined by our winner, Alexandra. What a day. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I'm so overwhelmed by the happiness and joy of today's results.
Yeah, so fantastic. Nothing short of fantastic.
Oh god.
But I did see someone in chat say that Alessia has had 2 blacks in a row. And that's actually a bit unfortunate for Alexandra because normally Alexandra would get white since she had the black pieces now. But because Alessia has had 2 blacks in a row, you're not allowed to get 3 blacks in a row. And for that reason, Alexandra is going to get a second black in a row tomorrow.
Man, this is what it is to be a grandmaster. You can predict the pairings already before.
Wait, someone is saying that Alessia has blundered? No. Oh no, yeah, no. The game between Ganta and Alessia, the number of pawns for each player and the number of rooks, it's equal. But Alessia has a pressure with her rook against the king. That means she's very likely to win. Frankly,
And-
for Alexandra's sake, we hope Alessia blunders this away. It's kind of cruel to say. But if Alessia messes up, then Alexandra will have a full point lead instead of only being half a point ahead.
Well, listen, Hammer. Chess is a war, so it is allowed to root against your potential opponents. And in the meantime, I have exciting news, ladies and gentlemen. We already know the names of the winners of today's raffle. Hear me out. Recall vividly. Elf Rion 27. Asma Abad Bani. Asma Bad Bunny. K Banks. Congratulations to you guys. This is your time to shine. You are gonna be contacted by the email that you submitted when you created your accounts. So GG's. And Alexandra also sent us a message. She said that she's in the middle of game analysis with her opponent. And she's gonna call us right after, unless you guys don't want to wait. Do you want to wait? That was a rhetorical question. Of course you're gonna wait. You're gonna wait for our champion.
Yeah, I don't think that's what rhetorical means. Well, I mean, if it was a rhetorical question, the answer should have been yes, not no. But okay. In the meantime, I have updates from Alessia's game going on right now. In
Great.
fact, Alessia did make a big blunder, but then Joel Paul played his move thinking for 10 seconds. And he could have played a move to save the game. But instead, on move 41, when he just got an additional 30 minutes, he responded with a blunder of his own. And Alessia should win this. Oh, actually, it's not so obvious. No, these two are still fighting it out. Alessia has a winning position, but she needs to be accurate. It would be to Alexandra's advantage if Alessia was not half a point behind her. But we'll see what happens. Whatever happens, the main thing is that Alexandra is playing good chess, and she's putting wins on the chalkboard, on the standings. And if she continues doing that, it doesn't really matter who she plays and how she does for the last couple of games. She's gonna win it.
Nice. And there we go with the DGT source from Sardinia World Chess. And we have a list.
Clutch producing right now.
Nice.
So even though Joel Paul has the same number of pieces as Alessia, because Alessia is so aggressively placed with her king and her rook and her knight, she should have chances to win this.
Jean-Paul. I think it's Joël, but yeah. It's Paul Joël. Paul Joël. Oh, what's that? What's that hammer? Knight
What do you
C-
mean?
Knight C- I'm just no.
King f3?
Why are they playing so fast?
I have no idea.
King F3.
Yeah, and then king d3. And there's going to be a pawn race.
We cannot take, I assume.
And then, well, I mean, you have to take, right? There's a pawn race, but then black is quicker in the pawn race. Okay, so you cannot take. And then that's, yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay, it's going to be a big one. The good thing about this is that tomorrow both players are in a kind of a, well, I guess Alexandra is not in a must-win situation, but Alessia will be in a must-win. And no, actually, I can't sugarcoat it. It would be much better if Alessia wasn't half a point behind Alexandra. We do have to cheer against the 14 or 15-year-old, but unfortunately, it seems she's quite good at chess, and she is going to win this game.
Right. Okay, chat.
Alexandra has abandoned us in favor of her opponent.
No, wait, chat. She's a champion, so we have to give it to her. We have to give her time to show sympathy to her towards her opponent.
Yeah. No, it was a very interesting game. I can understand she wants to go through it with her opponent, but it does leave the two of us small talking, which is not necessarily our strongest suit.
What are you talking about, Hammer? We just literally found out that you don't eat cheese and you eat pizza. King F3 happened on the board. Now King D3 is gonna be the move. We're right now watching Alexandra's tomorrow's potential opponent and the closest competitor.
Actually, I think she's gonna play Alessia pretty much no matter what.
Oh, really?
Maybe I'm wrong. Let me check.
Ooh, look at this. King to B3. Is that even smarter?
B3.
Yeah, it's smarter. Man, she calculated all that. And unfortunately, the D pawn, you guys don't know, the E pawn is gonna be on the 7th rank, and it's not gonna get promoted because this pawn loses against the queen. Black is gonna promote first, but just because had the pawn been on F3 and not on E3, on the bishop line and on the king line, then it would be a draw. But yeah. Oh, look, we have it here. We have it here on chess.com. And yeah, knight to c3, king f3, and
Computer
king
says
b3.
king b3 was a big mistake.
Wait, let me find it then. Oh, maybe e4 hammer. E4,
Yeah.
king b4, and bishop to g3.
So
That's interesting.
Alessia's potential mistake here is that she didn't keep her king close to her pawn in the center of the board. And now, Joel Paul, he can push his pawn forward in the center. By doing that, he prevents the black pawn from moving forward, which means that the black pawn is stuck on a dark square. And the white bishop can then attack the pawn on the dark square afterwards. And then it becomes a question of whether the bishop is able to stop the last remaining black pawn from becoming a new queen. And the computer says, yes, he can. But in practical play, even that is going to be somewhat difficult.
Well,
So,
listen, first of all, he needs to understand that bishop takes knight is losing.
Oh, he has played e4.
Congratulations!
So this is very, very good news for Alexandra.
Oh god.
But yeah, there's still a job to do. And frankly, Joel Paul, I feel like, is playing a bit too quickly. So I'm not gonna celebrate until the draw has happened.
Okay, king to b4, bishop to g3, king to c4, bishop takes pawn, b4. And now the question is...
Yeah, let's
I actually didn't get it.
Vila, we're gonna put it up on the analysis board somehow.
Wait, how is this working? Oh, I got it! Bishop to d6, pawn to b3, and bishop to a3. And how do you chase the bishop away? You gotta take the pawn, and then you gotta play bishop to d6, and then you gotta play bishop to a3. Right. Ooh, those guys who don't know, Vila is our producer and the legend in this channel. How long has been Vila working for Botez? I'll tell you, for 5 years at the very least, maybe for 7. Maybe for 7. Is Vila has Gerber?
Damn it! I gave away my knight. Where's my knight?
It's okay, don't worry. Even Gerber has been there less, I think. And we gonna see it. And we are gonna see it.
Starting to look like something.
We gonna see. You know that it's not updated on the board, right? But that's okay.
Did you mess up my entire thing, Dean? Oh, you.
I
just
didn't
found
touch
it.
anything.
Oh no, Vila turned it around. Okay.
Still need to unhide. We're 1 click away from. We are 1 click away, and now we need. Now we're talking. What? Black was a piece down?
What do you mean? Dina,
Black-
what do you think I've been doing these last 20 minutes?
Oh god. Oh god, he's just doing random moves that don't make any sense just to make the position that we need. This is hilarious. You've been putting a cheese on the pizza. Bishop to g6. Congratulations, Hammer! Paul Joel is gonna be proud of you. And bishop to g3, we demand on the board.
Well, surely, right? There's no way he's gonna make a different move.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Bishop to g3. This is the only move that makes a draw for white.
But it's the most logical. And then we're gonna see the I assume we're gonna see, where's my analysis board? Bishop g3. So let's say king c4, we take, and then I found this draw. After b4, you have to go, oh, there's bishop f4 also. Oh, that's cool, even both. So you basically want to come here to stop b2. Up, up, up. And then the question is, there is no clear way how to kick the bishop out.
And also this pawn is kind of dangerous, Tina. So we can
Yeah.
have the pawn distract black while we get our king closer to defense.
So basically, like I once lost a completely drawish endgame like this to Olga Gira, who is now a grandmaster, and I didn't have this pawn. In a kind of similar position, I didn't know that the knight could chase away the bishop, or maybe the pawn was like on b2 and had my last square. I don't remember. So I didn't know that the knight can chase and the king the bishop. And instead of bringing my king to the pawn to help stop it, I thought, oh, but if I do that, I will blunder a fork. So let's just move the king away. And I started moving the king away, and my opponent just laughed at me and kicked my bishop away from the blockade of the pawn. But here, not only Alexandra, the opponent of our potential opponent can move the king close, but also have the pawn that can distract. I don't know if anyone followed.
No, this should be fine.
Does brown cheese have is made of milk, or is just a fake cheese like soy cheese, and that's why you're eating it?
What are you saying?
Is the famous brown cheese made out of real cheese, or it's a fake cheese? Like, is it like a soy cheese, and that's why you eat it?
It's from whey, but I think whey is a byproduct of goat cheese or something.
Whey. So whey brown cheese. How do you write whey?
WHEY.
Oh, when I typed whey brown cheese, my computer found whey brown chess whey Chinese grandmaster born June 2, 1999.
What can I say? Your computer seems to know your interests.
Ooh, Brunost lit brown cheese is a common Norwegian name for myces, the family of soft cheese-related foods made with whey, milk, and cream. Okay, now I need to understand what the hell is whey.
It's what's in all your protein bars, I think.
Oh, you were talking about it. Yes, whey. Oh, interesting. Sivaratka. Damn, you live and learn every day. Hammer, how come your English is so good? Is that like Nordic thing? Like you just by default you speak English like your second official language? I mean, you don't have to reply to that. Honestly, no, don't reply to that. It was a rhetorical question. Okay. What can we say? Guys, if only you had seen Andrea's game today. She has had a fantastic, fantastic performance. I'm so proud of you, chat. You're still here. 10,000 people are still here waiting for Alessandra to finish the courtesy and analysis with your opponent and join us for the victory claim. Did you interview Andrea? We did. You should check the WOD. We had her for a while, which is like 2 minutes, and which is like a lot these days. We waiting, Hammer.
Yeah. We waiting. Joe Paul has played so quickly. So quickly. for all the critical moves. Like he missed an opportunity to make a draw earlier because he played too quickly. And now for some reason he's taking his sweet time, keeping us on edge about whether he's going to make this draw or not. Let's repeat the circumstances. If this game ends in a draw, then Alexandra will have a full point lead with 2 rounds remaining. That also means that if Alexandra can win one of the last 2 rounds, she will be the winner, probably, of this tournament. So basically, if this game is a draw, Alexandra gets 2 match balls to win it. But if this game ends in a win for Alessia, then Alessia can beat Alexandra tomorrow to overtake her in the standings. So a draw here between the 2 guys and girls, half a point behind Alexandra, would be just perfect. Perfect.
Well, listen, isn't that a common feature of so-to-be weak players that they play super fast in critical moments and take time? Oh! Speaking of strong players, here is our champion.
Let me find somewhere. Hello, 1 second. It's very loud in here.
Good. Glad that she didn't hear that.
Okay, let me find somewhere quieter.
This is our tournament leader.
Okay,
Finding peace.
all right. I know Castle was really bad. Oh, it's raining. Can you guys hear me?
It wasn't that bad, but yeah, you blundered knight g5, right?
Yeah, that was my bad.
But it turned out fine. You were kind of lucky, but you know, this is what happens when you treat your pieces with respect and put your king to where it belongs. And you know, these days, Alexander Botez castling, we cannot ask for more. So even if we have to give exchange for that, we take it.
I castled. It's a good day, guys.
You did move your king back into the center, though.
Back to your roots.
You know, you can take the lion out of the jungle, but you can't get the jungle out of the lion.
That's a beautiful way of saying the village. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. If you would have, I think I was lost if he played bishop d3 instead of knight d2 in the opening, right?
No.
It was survivable?
No, you had perfect compensation.
Okay, well that's good. How are you feeling, Hammer? Your student is still leading.
I'm super excited. We actually spent this time while you were looking at the game with your opponent. We actually spent some time watching Alessia's game. She's currently up a pawn in an endgame against Joel Paul, but it looks like your opponent from yesterday he just managed to swindle his way into a drawing position. And if he makes the draw there, you're 1 point ahead of the field.
Yes, let's go. Wait, Alessia is which? Oh, is she the AFM? What is an AFM?
I don't know
FIDE
what.
Master. I think it's arena. I think it's a world chess thing. FIDE Online Arena or stuff like that. You shouldn't worry about it.
She's the 14-year-old Polish girl.
Okay.
With Italian name. But truth to be told, tomorrow is the most important game. And you should stay focused because tomorrow many things can be decided.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, I have been staying focused, and I will continue to stay focused.
That's the way to go.
Did you
And
take extra care when you had a winning position today?
I thought I did.
Yeah, that's great. No, you played it really, really well. We were a bit nervous about your king's safety, but you navigated the complications very well. And we could tell that you were spending your time wisely.
I mean, when am I not in king safety issues? So yes, but I was trying to take my time, and I was thinking on his time too.
We were very impressed with the G5. We thought it was brilliant, grandmaster move, and we were curious when you were playing Rook G8. Have you already planned that or spotted that after?
I mean, yeah, at that point I was trying to find the best variation to sack a rook, and that felt like the best idea.
Wow.
Just one question from me. Why did you go knight f5 instead of bishop g7?
No, I think knight f5 was a wait. Yeah, no, knight f5 was a mistake. I didn't think it was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm afraid of him kicking out my knight, so it caused a lot of issues.
Yeah. If you go bishop g7 instead, computer just says equal because you have such a strong center and you're winning the e5 pawn.
Interesting. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Would it have been better to castle before knight to e7?
Yeah, but also in general, you're supposed to put the knight on h6 here.
Okay.
And that gives you some extra flexibility because then you're both protecting the f7 square, and you can sometimes use that square to increase your pressure on e5.
That makes sense. Well, overall, good day. Let's go.
Amazing day.
Yes.
How disappointed was your opponent? We felt a bit sorry in the end when he realized the queen trade was inevitable.
No, he knew. My opponent was really nice. He's a very friendly guy. He just wanted to analyze the game, and he was in a good mood. He's awesome. I like him. He's been watching our games, and I think like his grandsons are here because they kept watching him, or he's just like a really sociable guy. I don't know, but he was very nice.
Papa Botez asks results. Both girls won. It's a beautiful day in Sardinia.
My dad called me the other day and he's like, I tried watching your game at work and I see the evaluation bars fluctuating and I feel like it's raising my tension. And I said, you know what? I'm going to stop watching. I'm just going to tune in. What does it matter anyway?
That's a valid point. I agree with the latest, but so far, Alexander, your evaluation has been leading to the right direction. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I have one more question. Like, you're about to win your first. I'm not saying you're gonna win, but you're in a good position. And since this is going to be a talking point for the next couple of days, what are like the big tournaments you won in the past?
When I was a kid, I won the under 1600 section in the Canadian Open. I remember because my mom said I would never win. And I said, oh yeah, will you double my prize fund if I do? And she was like, sure. And then she never paid me. But instead my parents got me a cat. I think I was like 11 years old or something. So that's how I got my cat. It was in Ottawa. So I named my cat Audie after Ottawa. And like, that's the last big one I remember. I also went 5 out of 5 in another Canadian tournament when I was like 17. So I think those, but like,
So just to make sure, you were betting and taking bets already back when you were like 10.
Yeah, no, I used to play poker with the kids in school and I'd take all their erasers and pencils. It's because my dad taught me all these things at a young age. So like, I was always like this.
Man. So our bet, does it continue? 8.5. I say it's impossible. Do you want to take this one?
Well, if you say it's impossible, I shouldn't have to put something on the line.
Well, I'm fine with that. I actually predict you're going to win the tournament with 8 out of 9, maximum 7.5 out of 9. So
You know
for me,
I'll just be happy if I win a tournament. That would be really nice.
Ooh, that's a wise woman
Your
talking.
dad says you won the North American Youth twice. What kind of tournament is that?
Yeah, I mean the North American youth, but it was like the best females in North America under 18 or under whatever age it was. I think I won it under 12 and then co-champion under 18. But like it doesn't feel as good when there are only females or when you're in an under 16 section. So like the only things I've ever won when it's females only or if it's like a group B. But whatever, it's still good. We take those.
I mean, we are a group, literally a group B this week.
Well, I know that's what I'm saying. Like it's going to be another group B win, but it's fine. I'm not going to be winning open tournaments. I will take the B section, you know?
Were these other tournaments 9 rounds?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought we had a talking point that it could be your first 9-round tournament win, but okay. Well, it's still good.
Yeah.
You're gonna cross 2,000 with a win tomorrow. Is that on your mind?
I would like to get back, but I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just taking it one day at a time. Anything could happen. I could lose. I'm just trying to play good chess at the board. Whatever happens, happens. Once again, I'm not excited about winning. I'm just scared of losing.
That's the right way to go. Focus on one day at a time, one game at a round. Amazing mindset, champion mindset here.
Yes. No, that's the way to do it. There's kids running around here. They're very cute. Oh my god, it reminds me of me and Andrea. The older brother is dragging the little brother and the little brother is crying, but the older brother doesn't care. He's still dragging him.
Is he having a choker in his hands?
No, he's not choking him. Not quite the same as when I choked Andrea. Oh, now the little one is crying. Feels bad, man. Oh, but again, all siblings are like this. It's not my fault. Do you hear him yelling?
No.
Oh, he's so upset. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god, he's running away crying. He's so mad.
This is how Alexandra shows sympathy to her younger sister.
It's funny because it reminds me of us when we were kids. It's just come on, toddlers are so dramatic, you know? It is funny. It is funny. Okay, well, I feel good. I'm gonna go put all my bags back in the room and Hammer, we will prepare for tomorrow tonight and hopefully keep it up.
Yeah.
And you guys have a lot to talk about because basically Hammer already knows the pairing for tomorrow. So good luck.
No, I
with
don't.
That. You don't?
Well, Alessia seems like she's not going to win after all.
Oh, look at this.
And then it's a bit
1
unclear.
point to spare. 1 point leadership. Amazing. Good news.
Would be nice.
We'll see.
Okay. Well, thank you guys. Thank you, Hammer. Thank you, Dina. Thanks, Vila, for producing. And thanks, chat. We'll see you guys all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. And on that note, what is this day in the office? Beautiful day. 2 wins for the Botez family Hammer. I don't know. I'm just happy here. I'm just very happy.
If someone wants to look at a bit more chess, I spammed the link to the game between Ganta and Natoli in the chat. It looks like Ganta is about to save the draw, which would be amazing news for Alexandra. So for those interested in that, the link is in the chat. And we'll be back tomorrow, 3 p.m. European time, 9 a.m. Eastern.
Sounds great. We will be back
Oh,
tomorrow.
no access. Bad a link. We have a secret link with no delay. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry guys, I have no link. My bad. What are we gonna do?
Well, that's okay. We have it on the screen and we can see already that the bishop is on a3. And remember, chat, I have predicted it. This is the position that I have predicted. This game is gonna be a draw most likely, which would be an amazing news. Purely amazing news for Alexandra. She would be leading with entire point the tournament. But for now, we all need to focus and not count the chickens before they shear. Is that correct? We
Hatched.
have
Hatched.
Hatch. We have the raid that has just started, and we are heading to Alexandra chess. And this is happening not for a reason, but for a reason. Oh my god, what is this? We have a special reason for that. And the reason is that Alexandra is covering the official commentary for the tournament Sardinia International Chess Festival together with Grandmaster Miro. Thank you all for watching YouTube. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you, X and Instagram. You guys are all welcome. See you tomorrow. And
they just made a draw, so it's gonna be a draw, Alessia.
Yay! Congratulations, Alexandra! 1 point leadership. What a massive dominance. Ooh, I've never been happier to see a throw from a 14 years old. God forgive me. I'm not a mean person. Okay. And you guys are welcome to join our club on chess.com because we're gonna have